Ready? Play.
With Team, Gasquet, potentially, Rafa, and we don't know how many more years Novak will be on tour. Is there a player that you really want to play before they finish?
Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic.
You want to play? Is there a player that you really want to play before they finish?
Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic.
Before they finish?
Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic. Yeah, sure. Novak Djokovic.
You want to play?
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jan Faria, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
Hello guys. Yeah, I don't know much, as you can probably see on my face. Someone yesterday texted or commented in the chat that I look absolutely rugged. I think that comment was like a day ahead, a day too quickly. Anyway, I don't know much, but I know that in tennis we kind of have to be flexible. So we're gonna be, adjusting a little bit to the weather. I mean, hopefully in just like 15 minutes from here, because currently that's the status on the outside courts. So they should be starting in like 15 minutes, but maybe they will need a bit more time. But basically, my plan was to watch Opelka and Mahac with you guys. But, well, we currently don't know how the outside courts schedule is going to look like today. So we might just have to figure stuff out. Basically, there's just one match going on in Melbourne right now because they only started one match on the John Cain Arena with the roof on. But definitely, regardless of the weather, in about 15 minutes, we're also going to have two matches going on the other roofed courts. So Margaret Court and Rod Laver. And that's going to be Mertens against Pegula and Sabalenka against Budas Maneiro. So the worst case scenario is that we have three matches we can kind of like easily choose from. And in fact, Zigmund Zheng would still be my favorite out of these three, I think. But if we get the outside courts action, then Opelka Mahac will kind of return to being my default match for the beginning of play today. We'll just figure it out. It looks like generally speaking, like there should be quite a lot of issues with the rain today. Probably the main court action, like the action on the main court, probably will be all with roofs on. But on the other hand, now that I'm seeing the schedule, yeah, there was some rain in the morning, but it's not guaranteed it will come back in the day. Later in the day, it might though. So yeah, generally we'll just have to work with whatever they give us, really, right? I mean, it's tennis, it's what it is. I'm not gonna complain about having to watch a bit of Laura Zigmund play Qinwen Zheng, And also, if the outside courts action is to return in the next 15 minutes, then we're also going to see two of the people we just saw in the intro. So Susan Leymans and Clara Tauson are both playing in the opening lineup. Clara Tauson facing Tatiana Maria in a very interesting youth against experience clash, kind of like Zigmund against Zheng here. Whereas Susan Leymans, she will be facing Belinda Bencic in a clash of, I guess, two players of a similar age. I can't call it youth versus experience, even if Susan Leymans, compared to Belinda Bencic, she's very much the newcomer on the WTA circuit. But yeah, for now, not gonna complain, as I said, about having to watch the German veteran take on Kinven. She's pushed players like this before, even as recently as, that Coco Golf match at the US Open 23, right? So a lot of variety coming from the German very often. So maybe she can also produce something here. Definitely keeping a solid singles level, despite maybe at this stage of her career, kind of switching to doubles more than anything else, I guess, Zigmund. Germany has an interesting situation in singles, definitely, right now. Last year, basically, their best players were all 36, I think, with Tatiana Maria, Zigmund, and Kerber. Kerber has already retired. It's the kind of like lesser known, at least compared to Kerber, Zigmund, and Maria, that are sticking around. But Drew Niemeyer is also in the top 100 and in the Australian Open main draw, having defeated Maja Chwalinska 6-love, 6-1. And her compatriot Laura Zigmund just won her first service game of the match against Qinwen Zheng. Yeah, we'll be monitoring that outside court situation. As I said, my default very much is still Opelka Mahac, but that will be heavily reliant on what the weather in Melbourne is and how quickly they are able to fix the courts. I was able to find one stream from an outside arena just like a second ago. I don't remember where it was exactly, but basically it seemed like the court was still wet there and they were trying to dry it out in time. So no idea how quick it will be yet. Okay, this is already quite interesting. The Moonball refresh of the rally by Zigmund. She should be winning this point. Actually, maybe not. What a crazy one. Yeah, it's actually going to be Kinven. Zigmund used that Moonball extremely well to just get a big forehand of her own. She plays a drop shot. I do think she kind of like made it a bit more tricky than maybe she needed to. And that volley on the stretch was not quite good enough from her, leading to Zheng eventually winning the point. Fireworks in the third game already on John Cain Arena. I actually don't know if they've played before. Let me check that. As I said, I was like very much ready for the Opelka Mahac one, so I'm not too aware of the women's matchups. I feel like Zheng Zigmund, it sounds like something that's happened before. I feel like I've heard of it, but actually no. Zigmund has definitely come up against her fair share of top players in the past and top players, relatively recently as well, but apparently not this particular top player. The opening round, she had a 3-set match against Hailey Baptiste, whereas Qinwen Zheng, of course, beat Anka Todoni in a match that we weren't doing actually on the watch along, but we did mention it a lot with Vanch and we did switch to it for the most important moments. I do admit that I am very much a Todoni enjoyer, so I was excited to see if she can grab her first marquee win. She was unable to do it, but she gave a great account of herself in the opening set, getting 3 set points even. But that's when the top 10. That's when the serve of Qinwen Zheng really came alive. Zigmund has played 4 top 10 players within the past year or so. That includes Rybakina, Collins, Rybakina again, and Ostapenko. She actually hasn't beaten one. She hasn't beaten a top 10 player since Sakari at Stuttgart in 2022. And by the way, you probably shouldn't be surprised, but most of her top 10 wins are in Stuttgart. Stuttgart was the best event for her generally. In like 2016, 17, she was making the final and winning the title. Super fun to watch. I remember that still was the time when like Super Tennis was a channel I used to get. The Italian, obviously TV, the Italian TV channel that for some reason was on my package in Poland when I was still living in my hometown. So I just have so many memories watching Zigmund play that event. And yeah, just overperforming like crazy there. Always in these like pretty long, like, I don't know, socks. Can you call them socks still? No, pantalons, probably not. But you know what I mean. In these high socks, and definitely just confusing all the other opponents with how much variety she had. So I think in general, out of her 10 top 10 wins, Stuttgart would cover for 7 of these wins, which is pretty insane. They have 7 top 10 wins in one at one event. But yeah, that's how good she was in that Stuttgart event. So I guess the last top 10 win outside Stuttgart for Laura Zigmund is 2017 Madrid over Joanna Konta. In fact, like most of the players that Zigmund has defeated, most of her top 10 wins, these players aren't around anymore. You've got Venus Williams, Timea Barczyński, Joanna Konta, Roberta Vinci, Agnieszka Radwańska, Svetlana Kuzniecova. I don't know if you want to count Simona Halep. I mean, sure, I guess she's active, even though she only played 3 matches last year. And Osaka, she is supposed to play Australian Open qualies, but pulled out with an injury. But like, yes, Halep, who's barely playing, and only Sakari and Pliskova are still active. Actually, Pliskova, I think she's also out right now, isn't she? Or did I just like completely miss her opening round match? I don't remember her in this draw, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But yeah, anyway, it's definitely been a while, even though we remember some great matches from Zigmund, including that one against Goff that I mentioned. In the recent past, it's definitely been a while since she beat a top 10 player in a setting different than Stuttgart. And yeah, I mean, all her top 10 wins, but that 2022 one over Sakari are actually between 2015 and 17. So yeah, it would be quite monumental for her to get the win. She gets a great drop shot here, but Kinven is so fast at it, should be able to take the point. Kind of have to question watching this, like, yeah, athletically, whether maybe Kinven won't be a little too strong for the veteran here. You definitely see Laura throwing in some variety and yeah, just being a little more creative, but it's not doing that much, considering that yeah, Zhenk is able to track down these drop shots and still be in the points, still have a real chance of claiming it every single time. Let's see if we already have any info regarding the outside courts, but doesn't seem like anything has changed yet. Anything's been moved yet, which is obviously good news for us, potentially. Wow, what a backhand return down the line from Zigmund. She's pushing the Chinese in this game, that's for sure. It's gone to deuce now at 1-0. Why they don't start, or what time did they start, Jordi? It's going to be a rainy day, at least like on and off, and that's why the outside courts haven't started. The match we're watching right now on John Cain Arena, this is one of the free courts with a roof, and 2, Margaret Court Arena and Rod Laver Arena will join very soon. However, play is also supposed to be starting on outside courts relatively soon. It's not, as far as I'm aware, it's not raining right now, but it was earlier, and that's... Yeah, I just checked the stream for Bolelli, Vavasori, Franz, and Jebens, and it seems like the court is basically dry. So I think we should get the Opelka Mahac start either like very soon or in like the next half an hour. However, it's obviously uncertain whether they will actually be able to keep going. But yeah, it's looking good. The outside courts will start in about 15 minutes, I think. That's kind of my guess based on the other streams. But yeah, for now we can enjoy the action under the roof on John Cain Arena, and we can also enjoy the action on the main courts. I actually don't know if this is on the roof, to be honest, but they definitely had the roof on earlier so that they didn't have to dry the courts. I'm not sure if the roof is on this very minute, but yeah, the main court, they were able to protect it from the previous rain through the roof, and right now is the roof on? I find it hard to tell. But yeah, anyway, I think it's looking good. I am feeling optimistic at the moment that Opelka Mahac will start sometime soon, and then we'll just be figuring stuff out. If they suspend it sometime mid-match, obviously just gonna switch to whatever is on the court with a roof, and well, it depends. Yeah, someone on Twitter saying as well that looks like most outer courts will begin in just a few minutes. So after that, of course, it depends on the weather, but I think we will get that outside court start very soon. Anyway, Qinwen Zheng trying to get the third game, and she finds an ace down the tee. It's very entertaining start so far, that's for sure. I really like these top 10 stats for Laura Zigmund that I've checked. I mean, I don't think I checked her top 10 record in years, but I was kind of aware that a lot of it has been Stuttgart. In fact, she has 9 clay court wins against the top 10. Charleston and Madrid also, alongside their 7 Stuttgart wins. And 2015 Luxembourg, her first top 10 win actually was the only one she got on hard over Timea Baczynski in Luxembourg. That's also a very clay court specialist opponent. I actually thought, I don't know, I thought Zigmund did more, I guess, against some other top teners, especially in hard courts. But maybe it's just some of these close matches that she had, like the one against Coco, which certainly stands out in my memory. Had a nice segment on Habib earlier. Hadi gonna play Ugo Umber tonight, of course. Has already made history. I think by now he's kind of playing with house money because, there's not that much to lose there. But what a server he is, that's for sure. He's definitely improved his game in the sense that right now it's not just hit or miss, but he can also grind of the ground, which is making his ceiling so much higher. And yeah, I've really enjoyed the rise. For the past, I think, how many is it now? 15 matches. He's hit 10 plus aces in every single one of them. Some of them he's just been unplayable at. The final qualifying round against Shidek, that was such a mess, but it was actually so fun to watch as well because it was just filled with drama, still good shot making, but yeah, just incredible. Zheng has Zigmund on the back foot now. It's going to be a drop shot again from the German, but they haven't really been working out, except this time she anticipates well. And even though I don't feel like she had all the control on that forehand volley, she's still able to get the point. Yeah, you can see how far she was stretched. But it does actually look clean when you see it on the replay. The TV angle at first, it kind of made it seem like she barely got her racket on it, but it does look clean on the replay. It's not a bad start for her at all. 22 minutes and we're still in the 4th game. I mean, she is definitely pushing the 5th seed. 5th seed, is it? Yeah, I think it's 5th seed, right? Kinven. 40-15 as the Germans trying to claim this. I mean, I don't know. I think just when I'm looking at well, okay, like when I'm looking at all these top 10 stats, yeah, it's a win that she hasn't gotten in ages. But just in general, I don't think she's like completely out of this match. She is definitely very like relentless and determined player. Once more, I mean, she does have the variety. She does have a lot of options to, let's say, bring Zheng away from her favorite patterns. I don't think she's like completely out of this. Even if Kinven is, of course, the Australian Open runner-up. Hello, Ashley. Hope you're enjoying the beginning of today's play. Looks like Opelka and Mahac and generally the outside court action will start very, very soon. So basically, that's what I'm going to try to do right now. Just pull up the stream for that match. And yeah, I think we'll just resume with kind of the programming that we were supposed to have today. It's just about 30 minutes later than expected, but that's not a big deal at all. My plans today didn't really fully work out with the nap that I wanted to get because I wanted it to be like 2 hours, but it was more like 30 minutes. But well, we'll figure it out, or at least I'll figure it out. Obviously, after doing the stream, I'll probably just go to bed for a while, then try to not to miss too much. Is there anything good in the evening session today, actually? Rudmenshik, yeah, I do want to watch that. So I do want to be awake for that. Martinez Zverev does not interest me. And Goff Burridge or Badosa Gibson doesn't either. But I do want to be awake for Rudmenshik, yeah. And Draper Koginakis, actually, both matches. Yeah, these are like both at 9 a.m. my time. I do want to be awake for that for sure. All right. Yeah, I mean, Opelka and Mahac already on the court. I don't actually know if they already had the warm-up and they're going to be beginning just now. Or yeah, I think they probably have. So yeah, we'll just resume with that basically. I will obviously be keeping an eye on the other matches as well. I mean, they can't be... What time is it across the pond? For me, it is 1:39 a.m. What the hell is Zverev Martinez doing on a show and Osaka Muchova isn't? I mean, they couldn't replace Zverev Martinez with Osaka Muchova because there has to be parity in terms of men's and women's matches, right? But I do think that Mertens Pegula could be like, on the schedule, like if we're looking at the women's matches on the main free courts, then Mertens Pegula, yes, is the one that stands out as one that could have been scrapped for sure. Because otherwise you've got Gibson, Australian, so that makes sense. Tomljanovic, again, Australian, so that makes sense. Also, you've got Sabalenka. There's nothing wrong about her being on the main court, obviously. Qinwen Zheng, the runner-up from last year. There's Coco Gauff as well. So we've got 5 matches that kind of needed to be on the main court because we have 2 Australians in action, plus the 3 biggest names in this part of the draw. And also the 6th one is just Mertens Pegula. And I think Osaka Muchova is undeniably the better match. So I don't really know. Sabalenka doesn't have to be. Coco doesn't either. No, on the main free courts they need to be. They're just the stars, you know. They have to be on the one of the main free courts. I'm not saying they had to be on Rod Laver, and they are both on Rod Laver, but they have to be on one of the main free courts. But yeah, Mertens Pegula, that's the one that I think I would have scrapped and just placed it on 1575. No, Kia Arena, right? Kia Arena is the one where Muchova and Paulini are playing. Anyway, Riley Opelka and Tomas Machac actually are just starting. So Opelka is already 40 love in his first service game. So this is going to be the match I'm going to be talking the most about. Whereas if there is time for it and if there is something interesting, I will definitely also try to switch and keep you updated on the other encounters of tonight. So far, actually, it's a very interesting. I know that some people complain about that. I actually don't really like that when the slams do that either, maybe. But as someone who enjoys the ATP a lot more than the WTA, I'm actually fine with just one men's match at a time and then so many on the WTA side now. But yeah, basically we're going to have eight women's singles matches and one men's singles match as play begins everywhere on day 4 of the Australian Open. We've got Zigmund Zheng, Samsonova, Danilovic, Uchima, Andreeva, Frank Blinkova, Maria Tauson, Mertens Pegula, Sabalenka Budas Maneiro, and Leymans Bencic, whereas the only men's singles match going on right now is Opelka against Mahac. Opelka against Mahac, I think the intrigue mostly in this is both from them being looking very good in the first week of the season, but coming out of the tournament with injuries. We were concerned about the fitness for both guys heading into this one. And also, the other thing is that one of them will likely, in case, maybe Jaime Faria claims the incredible upset, but if he doesn't, one of these guys will very likely play Novak Djokovic in the second round. So that's kind of the intrigue of this match as well, because both of them have proven a difficult matchup for Novak. Riley has only played him once. That was obviously Brisbane just 2 weeks ago. And he defeated him, whereas Tomas Machac, I might be missing a match in their rivalry, but I do remember their Dubai clash in 2023, which went to the deciding tiebreak, and also their Geneva semifinal last year, which Machac won. Wow, what an incredible backhand return from Opelka here to go 30-15 up. As I said, there were concerns about the fitness for both players. The heavier ones were with Opelka, because he had that back injury in the Brisbane final where he literally couldn't move. Mahac also had a retirement at the United Cup, but we remember that was that weird one when we weren't really sure what exactly happened there, and we weren't sure why he didn't keep going at least until the end of the second set against Taylor Fritz, especially considering it was a team-based competition. But he did kind of make the retirement a little bit more legit by also withdrawing from Adelaide. I'm not saying he did it on purpose, but just kind of made it clear that indeed there was something wrong there. And but yeah, still his level was very high. And Opelka also had a wrist concern in the semi against Petri Pericard in Brisbane. When it comes to the first rounds, I would say Opelka looked the one that might be a little more off physically. But of course, he still pushed through against Gauthier Clan. In the third and fourth sets, he was into every single return game on the Belgian serve, which, if Opelka is into every single return game, you're probably doing very poorly as the opponent. You're probably in trouble. So that was kind of what was happening there. And Tomas Machac defeated Sumit Nagal in 3 sets. Kind of tough to say again, because Sumit Nagal on hard courts, it's hardly top 100 level, let's just say that. And both players kind of just enjoyed a good draw that allowed them to get into this event without that much of a struggle right away, I suppose. And today we will kind of learn who's more ready for going the distance, who's more ready for actually taking that step and meeting Novak. Also, I have to mention that Mahac generally is a pretty good big serve returner. He just has super good reactions, and that's kind of one of his main strengths as well. He can return very close to the baseline, even when you're serving well, particularly when the opponent is serving volleying. I think Mahac is extremely good at this, just taking the return early and just not giving them any time. I don't know if against the Opelka serve it applies, because of course Riley is just, there's big servers and then there's Riley Opelka. So when he hits an ace like this, there's nothing that the Czech can do. But that's also why Mahac was so good in doubles last year. I loved his matches against like Maxim Cressy, for example. I think he has an excellent skill set to tackle that. Riley is a bit of a different beast, right? Because he doesn't even need to serve and volley after his serves, right? He might just like stay back and hit off the baseline, and that could be a tougher actually objective to handle for Thomas. Also, after the second serve, I'm not really sure how it's going to be, because then Mahac probably will have to move back, considering the kick serve of Opelka. And in fact, we have a very good example of this here, because the kicker from Riley is just far too good. He comes in and wins this on the half volley. We might also see Mahac adjusting some of that returning position as well. I think he's very good at this. I've seen him like completely mess up some other players' tactics by just literally changing, whatever was working for the opponent in the opening set, and then they get a little bit confused and they never make the right adjustments. So, like, I don't know, maybe against Jiren Zhang in the Kozerki final or something like that. Nice to see that guy on our screens, of course, Denis Kudla, who is now coaching Riley Opelka and has just retired at the United Cup with a mixed doubles performance alongside Desiree Kravchik, I think. He already was working with Riley during the off-season, then he went to the United Cup, so he wasn't there when Opelka beat Djokovic in Brisbane, but he is there now. And it's going to be quite interesting to see that as well, how this partnership pans out. Kudla, of course, just last year he was still playing, his own pro career, but he had a break. He had some like family time, and it was clear his head wasn't really like fully in the game anymore. But what a player he was at his peak. Phenomenal on grass courts, such a dangerous flat backhand. Definitely enjoyed him so much over the years on the Challenger Tour. On the main tour, he was more of a grass specialist, indeed, with 4 out of his 7 runs, 4 out of his 7 quarterfinal runs being on that surface. And if that happens to you on the main tour, like 4 out of 7 grass courts quarterfinals, considering how little what sort of percentage of the season grass takes, then you kind of know that you're really just mostly dangerous on grass and at that main tour level. But he still got to I think 53 in the rankings, which I think was a very solid achievement for Denis. Born in Kiev, but he was raised in the States, and obviously that's the country he's representing. That's the nation he's always played for. Well, it's definitely been a better start for Opelka than it has been for Mahac. Mahac giving some points away here with the double fault. Goes love 30 down in the 4th game. Riley, to his credit, has just been serving extremely well the first 2 games, and then also some of the cleanups have been so efficient, like that half volley. I know I kind of went about it as in you can see why Mahac will actually have to fall back a bit more, and I kind of played it as if, okay, this is going to be a big-time strategy for Riley, which it might, but that half volley he had to play earlier was still excellent. So it doesn't have to, work out every single time. But it's love 40 now, as Mahac sprays a forehand. He has to be quite cautious here, because against someone like Riley, obviously literally one poor game and you might be done with the set. And now they're trading ground strokes. Okay, this is going to be a good backhand that rushes Opelka a little bit. The American may be a little bit in 2 minds whether he wants to take it off the forehand or off the backhand. He's not quite quick enough. Still a fantastic mover for his size, that's for sure, but it's not like it's a strength of his when compared to the other players, when compared to the other serve bots, Trading backhands cross here, as Mahac will just be trying to play with some fine margin, but he's unable to do that. And that's already up a break for Riley Opelka. Let's see if this is a decisive advantage, as obviously someone with a serve like this, he might just get this done. This was just a poor game from Mahac though. I mean, kudos to Opelka for getting the returns in and kind of staying in the point, perhaps a bit more than the Czech was expecting from him. But yeah, this is just a much better start for him than it is for Mahac. That's for sure. I honestly don't really know who I would like to see facing Novak in the third round. I don't know who has the better shot. You could definitely make the argument that like Riley Opelka in the best of 5 set match, it's not quite like Brisbane, whereas Mahac maybe could go more to toe with Novak. But on the other hand, like if you remember what happened in that Brisbane match, Riley wins the first set in a tiebreak, then plays an incredible game to break in the second set. And imagine that happening here. Like he goes 2 sets to love up. I think he probably cleans that up from this position. So yeah, I mean, it's unclear to me. May the best man win, right? May the best man win, and then if they can trouble Novak, if they can give us a great match in the third round, that would be just a good outcome for pretty much everybody outside Novak, of course, who would like an easy opponent in the third round. But I don't think that's going to be happening here, considering how good these guys are. What do we have here? Hey, Jake, you're so pumped. Well, I don't know if I'm very pumped, but I am still a little, just like waking up from that very short nap that I had. I was pumped earlier today, when Fonseca got that win. You guys are referencing, that's for sure. It frustrates me when people get annoyed at the Fonseca hype. I think it's kind of, what I am annoyed by is the fact that there are still people who are going to say like, oh, Rublev played horribly or something like that. I mean, he was just locked out of that match. I can't honestly tell you that Rublev played well or didn't play well. He just was really like his assets were taken away by the opponent. And did he find the appropriate response? No. But that's also what we expect from Andre, right? That's kind of the main detriment of his career, that he's so one note. And when someone executes that hard-hitting game a bit better than he does, he doesn't really have anything to mix them up, to like confuse them, to mix up play with. So yeah, I mean, I think when some people just need to realize when to take the L, That's basically my statement after today about Fonseca. I saw that, for example, Gil tweeted that like Fonseca is another one of these players who's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass for guys like Zverev, Medvedev, Rublev, Tsitsipas, the ones that were supposed to be the generation that takes over after the big three, but then it never really arrived because Alcaraz and Sinner were just onto the scene too early. And if Fonseca keeps developing like this, he's going to be another one that's going to be just stopping them all the time. And I don't think it's a particularly bold take. I think, in fact, it's just a good one, really. Obviously, these guys, like they are very much a lost generation in some ways. Medvedev getting a slam, Zverev still being able to compete right now. Medvedev will see, but hopefully still also being able to compete. But still, like they didn't get that time on the top of the sport that people were expecting that they would get. They themselves, of course, they were expecting that they would get it after the big three tires, but like the big three era is never ending. And it basically overlapped with the Alcaraz Sinner era, and maybe Fonseca can join them as like a natural number 3 for now at least. And I don't think that take is like anything crazy, but people are obviously going after him and like, at least let the guy win an ATP 250 first or something like that. And that just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? You watch tennis, you see an incredible talent. And if you were only judging someone by their achievements, you just literally would be late to the party every single time. And what's the fun about being late to the party? Personally, I'm someone that doesn't really like being late at all. So yeah, I just think people like this are no fun. You gotta go out there and you just gotta trust yourself a little bit. Watch a player and believe or not believe if you think that they're overrated. If you like seriously think that they're overrated, just have a good argument at it, and not just try to like buckle up and keep going with your arguments, even though by this point everybody knows that they're stupid. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I mean Tsitsipas, Rublev, and Zverev and Medvedev, all of these guys. That another thing is that like when they were coming up, they really had that belief that when the big three retires, we're gonna be the top guns, right? And a lot of them, like most of them, in fact, have now lost this belief. You've got Rublev, you've got Tsitsipas, you've got Medvedev. They're all saying like recently they are literally just saying this in their interviews. I'm not as good as Alcaraz or Sinner. Like they don't believe anymore, and that was actually part of the thing that made them great, right? The fact that they were so confident about themselves. Zverev, I am kind of excluding from that conversation because he obviously is still the number 2 in the world. He made a Grand Slam final last year. I know Daniil did as well, but he has kind of fallen off in the second half of 24. But yeah, obviously Medvedev and Zverev still the guys that are in the conversation at least, whereas Rublev and Tsitsipas by this point just feel like they're completely out of it. Rublev less so than Steph, but still, I mean, he hasn't made that Grand Slam semi-final. He might make it at some point of his career, but if he has Alcaraz or Sinner to face in a Grand Slam semi or a final, I'm not gonna be like betting my house on Andre to get it done. I'm also excluding Ruud from this conversation, who I guess technically is a little younger than them, but still kind of belongs in it, especially with that whole attitude of like not feeling he's as good as the others. And it might be right, but it's not really ideal if you really want to make that next step and take that Grand Slam. Of course, Casper has had 3 Grand Slam finals, which even compared to someone, it's more than Zverev. It's way more than, it's also one more than Steph, and it's definitely more than Andre. But he always struggled with that belief. I think guys like Tsitsipas, Rublev, Medvedev, they used to have that feeling that they can be the best in the world. Whereas right now it seems like it's just gone for them. And yeah, Fonseca is kind of like another player who can maybe make them think that. And if we were looking for this like sort of natural number 3 for a while, number 3 as in like outside Alcaraz and Sinner, I'm not saying the new big 3 because people are saying this, or like the mini big 3. I don't care about the terminology, just stop calling it a big 3. There was one big 3 and we don't need another one. If it happens that they start dominating the tour as like 3 players right on top of it, last year let's say there could have been a big 2, but I don't see any reason I don't see any reason to really put that moniker onto them. But anyway, if we're looking for like a natural number 3 to be a dominant force on the tour alongside Alcaraz, Sinner, Rune was that guy for a while, but now we have a lot of doubts, and Fonseca is kind of emerging as the other very natural option. As guys like Fields, Shelton, Menchik, they still have a lot to improve, and Fonseca seems to be like right there. And well, it's so exciting to follow. Anyway, Mahac with a bit of a cleaner game now, but he is still struggling to do anything on return, admittedly, and like understandably. 11-1 in terms of winners for Opelka so far. Yeah, I mean, games like the one that Mahac had to lose the break here, you just cannot afford to do that against Riley. And the American is also looking quite fine physically too. Both of them, of course, pulled through in their opening rounds, even though we weren't sure how fit they were going to be. Riley had a couple of very rough sets against Gauffier and Klein, but getting that done, looks like he's fine now. Oh, but that's a disaster of a volley miss from him. Like, Mahac was never going to even attempt to track down this drop volley. Thank you, Sean, for the Jake. I was gonna go back to that actually. Yes. Thank you, Sean. It's possible that someone has gifted you one because in the last 5 days or so, we had Lexi coming in onto the stream twice and gifting 5 memberships. So I'm assuming that one of them went to one of your accounts, Jake. Yes. I don't know how it works. I think on like Twitch, it's random, like when you gift subs, right? But probably on YouTube, I would assume it's similar. And it's just like choosing between people who are watching at that minute or something like that. Anyway, Big Free and Goat should be banned from all tennis chats. Yeah, sorta. I like Goat as in like taking a very different approach with it. So like saying Dimitrov is the Brisbane Goat, right? And Valentin Vacheron is the non-Taburi Goat, even though he lost to Murphy Casson yesterday in the opening round. And like I like that sort of a twist, right? Where you just have a goat of things. And it's not actually the greatest of all time, because the greatest of all time, according to me and most people, is Novak Djokovic. But just like, yeah, looking for some very obscure stats and say, I don't know, Kei Nishikori is the king of deciding sets, right? And we can say the GOAT. And I like that. Cam Norrie is just the GOAT. Well, if I speak, I am in big trouble when it comes to Cam Norrie. That's something that's definitely I started saying it, avoiding all the possible implications of me saying too much or too little. Anyway, 5-2 Opelka. So far, yeah, it's just looking like a set that Mahac kind of lost with that one very poor game. And yeah, I'm coming back to your Andrieva question now, Jake. What's your opinion on Mira's chances at all for majors going forward? Best chances where? Honestly, tough to answer, because I think she might have chances anywhere. I don't think she's performed at the US Open, but I mean, given her game profile, I don't think it's impossible at all. She's a very good natural surface player. I mean, do you remember that Wimbledon run in 23? Obviously, the French last year, she makes the semis at French. I guess if Swiatek continues to dominate it, then the French is kind of locked out for, like, a lot of players are kind of locked out of the French. So maybe for that reason, Mira is a little less likely there. But yeah, the US Open is like a bit more, once again, I don't want to, okay. No, the pun wasn't intended, but yeah, the US Open is a bit more open generally than the other slams on both sides, really. So maybe you can look for it there. But I am really struggling to come up with this answer, truthfully. Last year, she, I think, had some phenomenal moments at the Australian Open. As a whole, maybe the performance wasn't perfect, but obviously she's learning. And yeah, I like her both on hard courts and the natural surfaces. I honestly can't say that she has a preferred court for now. So, in other words, I'm not going to give you the answer to that question, or rather, I will give it to you. And my answer is absolutely no idea, because she seems equally as good pretty much anywhere so far. So maybe it's more about, like, yeah, what sort of competition she's going to face. Maybe that's what we have to look at, rather than actually where she is the strongest. And in that case, at least for now, with the state of the WTA Tour, the French is the toughest Grand Slam to win, which is, I think, best exemplified by Coco Gauff, right? The last 3 years, Coco Gauff only lost to Iga Świątek at Roland Garros. And every single time, she's the second best player, really, but every single time she loses. Of course, if she is able to maintain her forehand improvement this year towards the clay swing, we might see some much bigger battles from her and Iga. I do think, as I said at the United Cup when we were doing, was I doing a stream from that? No, probably not. But I do think I said at some point that, like, this is when the rivalry was born for me. So I am hoping that it will be like a more competitive matchup from now on. So the clay swing, obviously, if Coco is able to maintain it, that would be maybe her chance now. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, the last 3 years, she just loses to Iga, and there's nothing you can do, really, despite being the second best player at all of these editions. Anyway, 40-30 from Mahac's perspective here, as Opelka is blasting another cannon second serve return. It's not been an impressive start for the Czech, and still, obviously, he could have been on serve if not for that one poor game. But yeah, I mean, Opelka is just winning points a little more easily. That's for sure. He's not going to get this one, even though he had that opening to slam the inside-out forehand. Tried to go pretty heavy at it with a lot of topspin, but well, now we will learn if the serving out the set part will be any tricky for Opelka. I think this set has also been extremely quick. It's like 20-ish minutes on the clock, I think 20 and change. I don't think it's like close to 30. I would actually have to look at the clock. I wonder if I'm going to see it in the angle here. No, it's showing me the speed gun, but they're going to show it to me after the set, and I think it might be under 30 minutes this set. The games, especially Opelka, is just speed running through them. Well, that's in part thanks to the amazing serving that he's pulling off here. And I guess one thing I will say, I said that Mahac is a pretty good big serve returner, but it seems like Opelka is kind of too big for him right now. He's not taking them the way that he would against someone like Max Cressy, for example, right? I mentioned that matchup earlier, and kind of how I think against classic serve and volleyers, Mahac is very strong. But Opelka is just such a different beast to that. These serves are also just jumping above his head. Maybe he should be cutting them a little bit closer, but is he going to be able to against that sort of pace? I don't know, but it is 3 set points for Opelka, and he finds another ace. This was just a perfect service game. I don't think, 58 seconds on the clock in this game, and I don't think Mahac made a return. In fact, I think he only had his racket on the ball once. So, 25 minutes for a 6-3 set. This is pretty insane. And if Riley can get another one on the board, the task for Mahac is just going to be so much tougher. Let's see how the other matches are going. So Zigmund Zheng actually still pretty tight. 4 games all. That was the match I was watching just before Mahac and Opelka started. And indeed, it was pretty competitive, which is what tempted me to check all these top 10 stats for the German. Blinkova just bageled Frank in the opening set. Of course, last year, Anna Blinkova had a phenomenal win on these courts, defeating Elena Rybakina in the second round. Mira Andreeva, whom we were just talking about, 5-3 over Uchima. Danilovic is 5-1 against Samsonova and has a set point at 5-1 on return. Wow. Danilovic was on a long win streak to end 2024, but then she came back, and I think she lost to Maya Joint in one of the warm-up events. So I wasn't sure what to expect from her here. Looks like she is firing, at least in this opening set. Friend of the show, Clara Tauson, up an early break on Tatiana Maria. We've got Jessica Pegula up a break on Elise Mertens. That's an interesting head-to-head, right? Vange brought that up on the stream yesterday, that Mertens is 3-0 in the head-to-head against Pegula. So this is the chance, I guess, for Jessie to start turning it around. Sabalenka is also up an early break on Budas Monteiro, but she is facing a break point at the moment. And kind of as expected, another friend of the show, Susan Leymans, is already in trouble against Belinda Bencic, who I think will probably be cruising through there, and kind of had that Ostapenko round 1 as the match that would decide whether she goes on a run or not at the Australian Open. That said, it's not like Belly is so close to her peak. She did lose that 6-1, 6-1 match to Paolini. Woo, beautiful +1 forehand from Mahac on the, basically taking this right off the bounce. I think definitely what he would like as well is to just get a few safer points on serve from here on out. I'm not really sure how he's supposed to do that, because Riley has been good at limiting these options, but he really has to be almost not missing off the ground Mahac if he is to win this match. And that's another really nice play from Opelka, approaching with that slice, but it's not very deep. I think if it was deeper, Mahac probably finds a pass, finds a lob, finds something from that position. But here he just needed to almost scramble his way to get to that slice in the first place, which made it so much more tricky. And the Mahac serve is not doing any damage either. And now he's stuck in another rally, and he's not even guaranteed to win this point against Riley. This is getting pretty wild, to be honest. Because the moment Opelka is in the rally, you don't really see a way for Mahac to win it. The American obviously will make a lot of errors playing this aggressively, but this is working out very well for him so far. The consistency of the ground is very strong, and I just don't know how Mahac is supposed to be winning these points on a regular basis. Here he just sends a mishit forehand that's pretty loopy, and Opelka tries to smack it and makes an error. But again, that's not really a point that Mahac ever really feels comfortable in. So far, he just hasn't felt comfortable at all in any game. But again, he's a good tactician. He's a good mid-match adjuster. Maybe this is a possibility for her. For him. Ooh, but it's a double fault here, and Opelka will already have a break point. This could get a bit nasty. The coach of Mahac, and of course of the Czech United Cup team as well, is looking very uneasy too. Goes teeth or an ace. That's really helpful. But there needs to be some sort of an easier influx of points on serve here, I guess, for Mahac. And rallies, he starts on top and just kind of works his way through Riley. We haven't really seen that at all. It's just worrying for him in how many return points Riley is in, and how tough it is to break through eventually. Well, this second serve return from Opelka this time wasn't even that good, but Mahac still dumps his forehand into the middle of the net. Bit of a nightmare start for him, definitely. And if Opelka can get the set and break lead, that could put the Czech under real pressure. Yeah, the first serve isn't in, so now Opelka will probably be trying to attack it a little bit at least. Mahac raising the ball with the forehand, and he's gonna get the error from Riley. So an ace and an unforced error from Opelka so far on the 2 break points. Denis Kudla there in the box. Well, maybe he's just the genius coach who's gonna change Opelka's career for the better. Of course, it's more the injuries that were hampering Riley the last few years. Well, this is a way of winning points, definitely. If Mahac can follow up his shots to the net like this, he could kind of ensure that the point stays with him, rather than trading with Opelka and waiting for Riley to pull the trigger, of which you have no control, really. And now goes at the body to get the first game. Very important hold for Thomas Mahac. And by the way, Laura Zigmund serving for the opening set. Massive stuff for the veteran, who is trying to take out the defending runner-up. I don't have any bets for today. I don't bet. Sorry. But yeah, Laura Zigmund is serving for it. Just 3 points away from the set now. Mira Andreeva has taken a set against Uchima as well. Pegula will be serving for the set against Elise Mertens. So she does look like she might turn that head-to-head around a little bit at least. We also have a lot of men's doubles right now and women's doubles. Well, maybe not right now, a lot of them, but yeah, 5 matches. Basically, I was trying to say that there's going to be a lot of action today. The defending runners-up, so Bolelli and Vavasori, are playing Franz and Jebens, 6-3 up after the opening set already. Bublik, Shevchenko, interesting Kazakh duo, are coming up against Behar and Galloway, also lost the opening set. We also have Jamie Murray and John Pierce on the court, dominating Goyo and Kecmanovic. Anything particularly sensational to watch today? I like the tweet from James, who said that there was a Calvin Beton court today in Australia, because at first it's Luke Johnson playing alongside Sander Arends, and then next up on the same courts it's Henry Patton, of course, with Harry Heliovara. So I think that's pretty funny indeed. They both have very winnable opponents, but I guess Heliovara Patton against Bolipali Segerman, I guess that's maybe losable, but I don't know. Ryan would have to serve out of his mind. Lamont Withrow are starting against Giron and King. Salisbury and Skapski, of course, Neil. Well, kind of a talking tennis friend of the show. Which professional tennis player was in the talking tennis chat during one of the live streams? I guess only Neil, so in many ways, he's actually the biggest friend the show has. Or the biggest fan, maybe, among tennis players, because we could just say that he's a fan then, because he was so active during one of our broadcasts. Anyway, Laura Zigmund actually facing 2 breakpoints in that game where she's trying to serve it out. And it's another 1-minute hold for Opelka. I was kind of hoping to talk for a bit more about the doubles and then, perhaps watch the last few points of this game. But, well, Riley is just saying, no, every single hold of mine is going to be 25 seconds. And you have to pay attention to watch them. Now let's see how much pressure he can actually apply on the Mahac serve again. There were 2 breakpoints in the previous game. One of them very winnable for Riley, or at least very winnable. He was in the rally. He just missed a neutral backhand. He wasn't trying to pull the trigger there. But such a tough match for Mahac so far. It doesn't even feel like most of what Opelka is doing is that low margin. Obviously he's serving incredibly well. Even he's probably not gonna keep that up to this extent. But off the ground, he just I don't know. He's just really not allowing Mahac that much freedom. And sometimes when that neutral rally gets going and Opelka is hitting consistently heavy, you just don't know how Mahac is supposed to win it. But obviously, the start would be to get many easy holds and to try to find a real opportunity sometime soon. Backhand line is going to be long. I'm hearing something in the background which might indicate that Mr. Vanch is here. Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed. So that first set saw Mahac under pressure in his service games. And Opelka playing really well from the back of the court.
Yeah, he is. He really is. 2-1 Mahac now, and of course it was close to a set and a break lead as well. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised how tough it's been for Mahac to like have any edge of the ground.
Yeah.
Was Saba broken at all in round 1? Yes, she was. It was for love, then for free, and she definitely was. Yeah, I'm sure. I think Vanch probably slept through that much though, right?
I did, yes. But I woke up and I saw the score and I kind of was not that surprised.
Okay.
I mean, I was a little bit surprised that maybe that was that straightforward, but no, the winner, no, not really. But 2 tie breaks, one for 6 on break points was yeah, like I was at the same time I was surprised but not surprised, if you know what I mean, you know.
Sure.
Surprised,
yeah, I
but
think I picked Fonseca to make the second week, but I wasn't really feeling it. Like I wasn't too confident, to be honest.
Yeah.
Mahac writing in his notepad, by the way. Well, he does kind of need to figure something out pretty quickly. I wonder what his notes are on the Opelka serve here. It's probably like it's effing big, you know.
Yeah. At the same time, I saw some people on Twitter comparing this win to like Federer beating Sampras or something in 2001, or it's like it's not
You
the
know,
same degree to
it's
me.
very
Or like
tough to
Nadal.
find a comparison for that. Like, what is your comparison for like a win like this from a youngster at Grand Slam level, the last whatever years? Actually, whatever point in history.
Probably Alcaraz 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean that's what everybody says, Alcaraz Tsitsipas, but it's
Yeah.
such a different story, right?
It is, yeah. It's really hard to find a comp. I guess what I would say is that the 3 players that I know that beat a top 5 or top 10 seed in a major the year before they won a major, they were all 18, and I guess it's not really that comparable. But you have like Wilander in 1989 and Sampras. Sampras beat Wilander at the U.S. Open 1989, and then he wins the U.S. Open the following year. Alcaraz, Tsitsipas, same thing, wins the U.S. Open the following year. I guess for Nadal, you also have the Davis Cup match against Roddick, which was like pretty big at the time. I know it wasn't a Grand Slam match, but still best of 5 against the world number 2, and then he wins a major. So, I mean, would you be really surprised if Fonseca won a major in 2026?
I mean, no, not
Probably
really.
not really, right? So
I mean, he's like one of the right now. I think for the bookies, he's like the 8th favorite to win the U.S. Open. I saw, and that makes sense. Like, yeah, I mean, he is more likely to win the U.S. Open than someone like Andrei Rublev, than someone like Stefanos Tsitsipas, than someone like Casper Ruud. Yes, he's more likely to. So yeah, he's going to be. I don't know if this year yet. I mean, that's something we still have to like monitor and see how he keeps developing. But yeah, I am all for like him being like a second tier slam contender next year, maybe. Yeah, why not?
yeah, and he's going to win 2 titles during the Golden Swing.
Yes, I've been mentioning that on the stream quite a lot actually, especially when he got that Buenos Aires wildcard. I was like, oh, Vanch said that he was gonna win 2 Golden Swing titles. It's actually also possible that in the future Fonseca won't be playing the Golden Swing, despite it being, of course, Rio and everything. We know that the top players don't really head there, and it is a bit of a weird spot on the calendar unless you really need points. So who knows? Maybe this is also one of his last Golden Swing appearances.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, Zigmund and Shunk were in a pretty tight first set that's lasted almost 70 minutes, and Zigmund was serving for it at 5-4. But Zhang managed to break back, and she's taking forever between points. As we know, that's a thing Zigmund loves to do.
Sorry.
Oh yes, Brandon yesterday. Brandon against Shelton. 7-6,
Oh yeah, did
7-5,
you watch
7.
it? Yeah, can you tell us something? Because I actually didn't see a point.
Yeah, so in the beginning, Brandon comes out and he's actually hitting his passing shots really well, returning bench serve. You know, the leftiness isn't really bothering him. He's taking the backhand up the line, and it was a really good start. He went up 5-2. He broke for 3-love, kept holding, and then he had a set point on Ben's serve at 2-5. And Ben gets out of that game. You know, some big, not really much he could do on the set point. And then Brandon's serving for it. He has 3 more set points in that game at 5-3. And like in 2 of them, Ben just like red lines, hits a forehand down the line, and he gets into this baseline pattern which Brandon can't really get out of. And then the other one, Brandon misses, and Brandon makes his first serve on like 2 of these 3 points. So you're thinking, okay, he's in a pretty good position. There was this one like backhand on the set point that I think he'd have regrets on. But once he didn't get that break, kind of all the momentum was with Ben, and I kind of felt like in the tie break, there wasn't that much that Brandon had anymore to hurt Ben with. And yeah, I think the rest of the match played out pretty similarly. They're both obviously not that great at breaking serve, so there weren't too many chances for either guy. And one or a couple of loose points at 5-6 in the second set and 5-6 in the third, and that was basically the match. So kind of their 3 matches have been very, very similar. Like all the tie breaks have gone Ben's ways, and so far Brandon hasn't managed to get a set. It's a bit tough because he hasn't won a match in Australia yet, and I thought by now he would have, but also hasn't been easy with the draws.
Petros Tsitsipas will be playing the Australian Open doubles as Norrie and Willis have pulled out. I guess that's more on Norrie, right, than Marcus Willis. Shame for the Wimbledon 2016 legend. They are. It's going to be Petros and Dzumhur against Escobar Smith. Earlier, of course, Petros and Stefanos were supposed to be there, but they pulled out as well. Machac again writing his notepad on the changeover. I mean, at least it's some easier holds for Thomas, but there was still that return from Riley at 40-15. But yeah, I didn't see too much of Shelton Nakashima. I definitely have this memory, though, or of remembering some, of saying on the stream that like Shelton doesn't strike you as the guy who's going to be winning slam matches 3-0 right now. And yeah, he did, actually.
He did.
Who funds the ITAA? I don't know. I mean, is it like the ITF or something? I don't know. ATP, WTA, ITF. I guess that would make sense, right? I mean, who else is supposed to? Yeah, ATP, WTA, ITF. Like, who else is supposed to fund it?
Yep, it's funded by the tours.
Yeah, I mean, it's an agency, within tennis. Like, who would we expect to find? Yeah, but again, like, do you want it to be funded by a private person? Like, it has to be by an organization in tennis. I mean, it's just impossible for it to be any other way, I think. I was too busy enjoying some Zakvas Burachane. Yeah, someone told me earlier to enjoy Zakvas Burachane. I don't know why, but well, I didn't. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. So, what are you watching mostly? Opelka Mahac, or is it one of the women's matches?
Yeah, I got the Zhang Zigmund matchup on my screen as well. I think they're headed for a first set tiebreak.
Pegula Mertens, you were talking about the head-to-head yesterday, and so far,
I just turned that one on actually, and so far Pegula seems to be doing fine. She won the first set 6-4, just one break. She has struggled with Pegula in the past, but they have not played since 2023 Roland Garros. So I'm not reading into the head-to-head too much.
Yeah, me neither. But it's quite interesting, in terms of looking at it, and and just adds a bit more story to the match. Double fault from
By the way,
Opelka,
I don't know if you
30-15.
saw
Maybe
any
this
of Shapovalov and Bautista good yesterday, but
No, me
RBA
either.
finally got the first set and he went up 3-love in the second. And then he also had multiple chances in the sets that he lost. So it was more like the match that you thought would have happened the other times.
Yeah, we did say that it was probably going to be the toughest one they've played. And by the way, out of nowhere a little bit here, Opelka is down a breakpoint now. Mahac finding a good return, just Opelka trying to take the forehand pretty quickly, pretty early, and missing it into the net. So suddenly Mahac has that chance. Maybe the notebook, maybe the notepad, it's helped. He's got some ideas now. The return is going to be long, though, of course. Yeah, this is very much the danger. Still returning not quite as close to the baseline as he usually would against a big server, but yeah, it's Riley. It's kind of like a different league of big server, I suppose. Also, like that surprised but not surprised feeling that you described about Fonseca. That would be my feeling if Anna Blinkova wins the opening set with a bagel against Magdalena Frank, and the second set is a bagel to Frank. It doesn't make sense, but it makes perfect sense in a matchup between these two, I think.
Yeah.
And it's very close to that, in fact, now. Frank is leading 4-love and 40-love in the second set. But yeah, there was a chance here for Mahac, but I mean, what can you do, right? The last three serves were just unreturned, and Opelka survives his first breakpoint of the match. Yeah, pretty sure that. Yeah, definitely his first breakpoint of the match.
And cleans it up with an ace down the tee. I mean, Opelka definitely has. What do you kind of think of his serve compared to the other really big, tall servers in his height range? Because I've heard some varying opinions.
Used to be considered a little weaker, right?
Yeah. That he didn't always hit his spots, right? That he
yes
sometimes would hit a lot in the middle of the box. He would get the benefit, but it was, not like Isner. Let's say like Isner would hit spots better. Karlovic, same thing.
Yeah, I think when he arrived on the scene, like everybody just thought he was gonna be a better Isner because, well, you think, okay, same serve, but so much better athletically, so much better off the ground. But then you kind of realize that actually the serve isn't quite the same. But truthfully, I mean, the way he's serving in 2025 so far, well, there might be a real race between Pecci, Pericard, and Opelka when it comes to like most aces on tour this year and etc.
And he has that wicked slice serve as well. Like, that we used to say coin the JJ Wolf serve. He can do that really well as well on the ad side, especially. Just tails away from you.
Yeah, I love how people just like kind of started calling it the JJ Wolf serve indeed. And like literally, a pretty random player, you might even say. And everybody is now just calling it the JJ Wolf serve.
He's also a pretty good mover, Opelka, in the sense he takes those really small steps to get around the ball and doesn't seem like he's super close to his body. Sometimes when he does have time, he can impress from the back of the court.
Almost impressed there with the backhand cross court, but apparently it's just out. So it's going to be 40-15 Mahac as he's kind of restored some balance seemingly in this set. But of course, yeah, still.
Ooh.
Even if he had got to that breakpoint earlier, like how do you actually break that guy?
Yeah. Jessica Pegula, by the way, showing off her really good feel and hands in this point. Just like spreading the court all over the place. Mertens does well to chase these balls down. And then Pegula hits this backhand half volley. Really close to the net. So she's up a set in a break. Zigmund and Zhang are at 2-all in the tiebreak.
Well, maybe I was a bit too quick to say that Mahac has restored the balance. Again, it's a rally where, like, yeah, off the ground, I really don't know how Mahac is supposed to be winning points against Opelka. It's all just, like, so heavy from Riley. And, of course, he's going to be missing a lot. But at the same time, I just don't really know where Mahac is supposed to look for any openings or how, like, not to allow Riley to find that opportunity to pull the trigger. Like every single time you're just kind of relying on him either missing that or maybe being a little late to that. But but yeah, you're still not really fully in control. So it's a bit of a win match definitely for now. I was not expecting Mahac to be like this. Well, I don't want to say overwhelmed. I guess he's not overwhelmed yet, but just this much pressure on himself.
Yeah, he hasn't really found that rhythm, which is hard to do against a big server, but he hasn't been able to fully express himself, let's say, so far.
Oh yeah, definitely not. Just kind of shocking, yeah, how he literally cannot do all that much, and it's always Opelka getting that chance to basically blast the ball and see if it lands. Anyway, 4-3 eventually for Mahac, but this was another pretty tricky game. And we have a set point for Magda Frank in order to do that, incredible bagel exchange.
Yeah. When was the last time that happened? I'm sure it happened at some point last year, but
I think it happens, semi-frequently. I think Shinyakova played a match like this year already in Auckland. But who did she play against? I have to check that.
6-love, love 6?
Yes, and 6-3 in the third.
Okay.
Or maybe the sequence was a little different, but I'm pretty sure the bagel sets are coming right after each other. Who was she playing? I have to check because I don't remember that, but I think it was Shinyakova. Yeah, it was sets 2 and 3, but it counts, right? I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Diana Schneider. So it was 6-3, love 6, 6-love for the Russian.
Yeah.
I just remembered that because I was like writing a preview for Shinyakova Świątek, and I, obviously was checking how Shinyakova did in her only singles appearance this year so far, and that was a result that kind of stood out to me. Well, we're not going to be getting any bagel sets out of Riley Opelka, I think. Do you think Riley Opelka has ever been bageled?
I'm going to say maybe one time.
Yeah, I would say once or twice is probably the most likely, but I will check that actually. I think Federer had like 5 bagels against him in his career. Actually, 6 of them for Riley. Back on the ITF Tour, Noah Rubin and Robbie Ginepri, Newport qualifying, Frank Dancevich, and then we have 3 on the main. Oh yeah, I mean Mikkelsen last year in Newport. We should have remembered that. But also Cincinnati against Ruud in 2021 and Monfils in Estoril in 2019. I remember that much because I think it's that one where it's like the wind is crazy, right? And clay is flying everywhere, and they're hitting like these insane aces, where it's just the wind taking ball and uncontrollably. But yeah. But yeah, the Mikkelsen one we should have remembered. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was his first event back on the tour.
It was 4th match back, but yeah. But yeah, his first event in either way. Zigmund 6-3 up. What's happening over there?
Yeah. There's some really good depth here by Zigmund in the tiebreak. And she's been more aggressive than Zhang, actually. So she's just taking a little bit more risk. Zhang is playing a little bit safer, conservatively. And she's not playing the kind of high margin tennis she did play to get the break back. And yeah, I gotta say the German is really taking initiative in these last couple of points that I've watched.
In the meantime, the bagel exchange has been completed between Magdalena Frank and Anna Blinkova.
I mean, she takes the first set, so Zhang is in trouble now.
Yeah, that would be quite a monumental win for Zigmund. I mean, we do remember her as a player who like troubles the top guns, but I was just checking the top 10 stats of hers, and it's been a while. I mean, the last non-Stuttgart top 10 win she had was in 2017, and the last on hardcourts was actually 2015. So it would be pretty insane if she got this done, but certainly not out of her. It's not out of her reach. when I was watching that the first few games, she was like going for a lot of pretty like wonky drop shots and everything, trying to keep him guessing, which was kind of working.
Yeah. I mean, the tiebreak though, she really had Kinman on the back foot. She was like just kind of pushing Zhang behind the baseline, like hitting the backhand pretty hard and flat. So she's a little unpredictable. Don't know what to really expect sometimes out of her, but
Question I was kind of like posing to myself earlier: who is the tougher matchup for Novak in the third round, Opelka or Machac?
Yeah, I was thinking this earlier, and I guess my answer might have been that in best 3 out of 5, I was doubting Opelka's ability to redline like the way he did in Brisbane. Whereas for Mahac, I kind of felt like from the baseline toe to toe he could go with Djokovic a little bit more reliably. So that's maybe why I went slightly with Mahac. And maybe also just because of the fact that Novak just lost to the guy in Brisbane, you would think that he'd be much more on his returns and, maybe from the get-go not be as shocked.
Is anyone excited by the Cock against Draper? Definitely, yeah. I will be enjoying this matchup later. I said, I think, at the beginning of the stream as well, that I kind of want to be up for the night session tonight for that and for Ruud against Menchik. By the way, I'm watching something very weird on my screen right now. Basically, it's Pat Cash at some, like, I don't even know what to tell you. There's a lot of, like, Australians in traditional outfits, like Aboriginal stuff and everything. It's
Aborigines. Yeah, okay. This is like Yvonne. It's something to do with Yvonne Golgong, I think.
With what? Yvonne Golgong. Okay.
Yeah, because she was from Aborigine.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I think it's some event that they have.
Pat Cash was there. That kind of caught my attention. But yeah, the Cock against Draper, I think as long as Thanasi's health is okay, and actually he is the one who's kind of more under doubt here other than Jack, interestingly. Usually not the case for Draper. As long as Thanasi's health is fine, as long as the Cock is going to be fine, I like that matchup quite a lot. And yeah, I mean, Ozan, that is a very fair point, actually. Vansh said that, the height range of Opelka, but I'm pretty sure he just meant like Eastern and Karlovic, who were still on tour at the time when Opelka was coming up.
Yeah, now he's like pretty much actually he is the only guy who is 6'11", unless there's someone else I don't know.
Do I see Leonard Tien troubling Daniil? I mean, troubling, yes, it will be a chess match. I just don't know if he can really like beat him. I am still like a bit lukewarm on Lerner on the main tour and his ability to, do what Fonseca is doing right now. Basically, I am very lukewarm on that. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, Medvedev is in a way a good matchup for him because obviously he's not gonna be blown off the court. In the sense that, I don't know if it's lopsided. It actually could be very lopsided. I don't know. But he's not going to be, like, blasted off the court is what I was trying to say, maybe more so in terms of the pace that Medvedev is playing, or rather not playing with. So it's like a chess match. It's going to be very tactical. There's going to be a lot of weird, longer rallies that kind of, like, go both ways. And, you have one player getting the initiative, then giving it right back. Kind of what Lerner enjoys, but I just question if he can win 3 sets like this against Daniil. And, well, it looks like Medvedev might have a couple of matchups like this coming up, because at first it's Lerner and then it might be Corentin Moutet.
Yeah, so Alexei Popperin, who we were thinking could trouble him in the third round, is out.
Yeah, I think that's a very good outcome for Daniil. It's just more of the Tien matchup really in the third round potentially, unless it's Mitchell Kruger, which is also very possible. But then again, that's also not really like upping the danger of Medvedev's third round. However, someone who could be very dangerous to Medvedev in the fourth round is Joao Fonseca.
Yeah, And he
I
plays
don't want
against
to go
Lorenzo
overboard.
Sonego.
I don't want to just like automatically get him into the forefront now, but I mean,
Lorenzo Sonego, who hit the shot of the tournament yesterday. It was pretty crazy.
yeah, the tweener against Stan. By the way, something that I just realized, because last year there was this like, or at the end of last year, there was this like vote for shot of the year, right? And the two nominees were Thiago Monteiro for the tweener and whatever it was, the clay event, maybe Madrid, maybe Rome, and also Sinner for Halle, right? And the clear winner in that debate was Monteiro. But actually, I think that's a horrible, even like selection, because clearly the best shot of the year was Quentin Alice.
Yeah, the one where he was on the floor
Yeah,
and he said,
like you're literally never gonna see that again. It's impossible to hit a shot like this. I mean, we see players lying on the floor and hitting a shot. Yeah, like it's pretty pretty common. It's not pretty common, but it does happen a few times every year. But to actually like slam it with that much power, there's also that very funny sound effect, because like he has to hit his racket very hard into the ground in order to even finish off that motion. Yeah, like you're literally never gonna see that again. And yet for some reason it's a tweener from Monteiro. It's a very good tweener, yes, but it's nowhere near the shot of Alice.
Yeah, I didn't even know that he won that, but I thought it was Sinner. Just he won the award, but I guess.
Yeah, Monteiro took it. They had this like short video, and he was thanking the people who voted for him and everything.
There was also the one that Hurkacz hit in the Halle final, right? Where he was. What's that shot called when you like?
Yeah, the one like skyhook. I don't know, like smash or whatever. Yeah, I know which one. Yeah, yeah, that one is also probably better than the Monteiro one, I think. I'm surprised we are still like very much excited by tweeners. It was a great tweener. Like out of tweeners, yeah, it's a 10 out of 10, but they are just so common right now that I guess when I see a tweener, I'm like, it has to be something really special in order to get me going.
Yeah.
It's not the days of Agnieszka Radwańska hitting a tweener against Svetlana Pironkova at the Australian Open, and everybody was like, "Oh my god!" And no, I mean it's not like this anymore.
I wonder when it became really, really popular and in fashion.
I mean, probably a gradual process since the US Open semi-final between Federer and Djokovic.
Between Federer and Novak.
Roger was hitting tweeners before already, like against Daniele Bracciali. I think there's one in Dubai, and definitely
the one against Safin that he did on match point here, which was actually criticized quite a bit.
So like he was hitting them before, but that one to set up triple match point, it definitely kind of made it go mainstream. Of course, it's not like players weren't hitting tweeners before. There's a great Agassi one. There's there was Gran Willy, right, in the 70s in general. Like Villas was hitting them a ton, but it's not like it just didn't have like the same kind of like mainstream.
Because it was match point, John. Yeah, because he was match point up. Mostly that's why. And some people believe he could have hit a different shot, like gone around and hit a normal forehand, but
yeah, probably the point was done anyway. But
yeah, I don't think he was going to win that point.
You gotta play the percentages, I think, on the match points for the most part. And is that playing the percentages? I mean, there are as many people as opinions on this. Actually, I'm not a tweener hater, but I do think in most cases it's not the best shot to play.
Yeah. To me, the main takeaway of that match was just that Marat Safin underachieved in his career, because that was one of the best matches he ever played.
Still 2 slams, but yeah, I mean, at least the third one he could have won in 2002 if he wasn't out until 4 a.m.
Yeah.
By the way, double fault from Opelka, and suddenly we're Mahac like 2 points away from the set here.
Yeah.
At 30-15 Riley double faults. So let's remember that if this becomes any... Yeah, it actually could. It is a bit spicy here. And Opelka is going to spray the forehand wide. This is just a good example of, Mahac staying in the point, whatever he can do. It was a short ball for Riley, but obviously, as good as his ground game is compared to most people, still not the safest. He kind of pays the price for this here. So a set point for Mahac. This is coming a little out of nowhere.
Yeah. He was so off balance trying to retrieve the backhand,
Yeah. I think he kind of guesses wrong here, though. Gets that huge serve at his backhand. And it's not quite enough momentum on his swing there, or rather just him touching the racket in order for the ball to get back over the net. 227 km/h serve from Opelka to save the set point. And yeah, this was just a second breakpoint of the match for Mahac, but both of them have felt similarly like, yeah, he just couldn't take them really. Alice actually cracked his racket doing it too. I actually don't know that, Ozan. It's possible because I didn't watch the match. I only saw the highlights. So it was against Gustavo Haide, I think. So yeah, I wasn't watching it. I remember seeing it on Twitter.
Final? Did he make the final and lost to Berrettini, right?
Alice, yes. His first ATP Tour final. I think what was also memorable about the shot is that, like, when they posted it on Twitter, they kind of had this video on Tennis TV where it's a spoiler. So, like, you see the shot and then you see how it got to that. And people were complaining about that a bit. So, like, there was a 5-second clip of Alice literally just hitting this shot, and then you see the full rally. And people didn't like the spoiler. But I wasn't fully agreeing with the criticism there, as I think it was just such a unique shot that I wanted to see how that happened anyway. And also, it's just a better way of catching people's attention. Like, if you just put that at the very end of the video, if you just have that shot, a lot of people aren't even going to see it all the way until the end, I think. And they're going to miss this, something like that. Whereas if you show it to them right away, but you don't see how it got there, I think it might actually bring in the attention of more people there. I don't know. But anyway, that's also something I really remember about the shot. But yeah, I wasn't watching the match, so I don't know about the cracked racket. But I suppose you probably watched it then, Ozan.
Yeah.
Definitely the sound, is pretty loud, as he has to like bang his racket onto the ground heavy to, really hard to get that sort of strike in there.
Yeah, and we have a match point here for Bagula, who's just raced through the second set against Martins.
The tiebreak for Mahac starts with some very good scrambling. There was this short angled backhand pass on the first point, and now he gets the mini break. This one wasn't quite as good, but Riley still floats the volley completely, and it's wide. He didn't hit it clean, and the chances for Mahac kind of keep coming, and maybe this time there will be some real chances rather than the 2 break points earlier where it's just a big serve from Opelka and there's nothing you can do. He is returning the second serve of Riley quite aggressively now. What I was expecting, him on the baseline, basically. It's not going to give him the point here. In fact, it kind of lost him the point because Riley had so much angle to work with on the backhand cross. But I do think it's the way to go. I mean, Mahac has such ridiculous timing on return. It would be rough to try not to use it. He is, even against someone like Opelka, I think he can definitely try to do something like this here. Still one mini break up. Danilowicz 6-1, 6-2 over Samsonova. That's the first winner of today in the singles, at least. I think also counting doubles, but maybe one of the doubles matches was earlier. Anyway, yeah, the first singles winner of the day is Olga Danilowicz. And
one of the more confounding tennis players Ludmila Samsonova. Super confounding. Super inconsistent.
Yeah. Still without any Grand Slam and major Grand Slam runs, at least. I mean, she has like what 2 or 3 fourth rounds, right? But
yeah, I think US
a
Open
few
last year
finals
she
at
made
the
the
WT 1000 level, but
yeah. Well, she made the semis of Adelaide before losing to Keys, retiring.
interesting stat on my screen about ground strokes taken on the rise. The average for the top 100 is 46%. Can you guess what it is for Mahac?
Probably a lot higher. Probably like, I don't know, 58% something.
57, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, Mahac
was
is definitely one of the earliest ball strikers on the tour. I actually would have gone even higher. I would have gone like 60 something. But well, maybe not 69. That's like unrealistic. That would be only if your opponent doesn't actually force you to do anything. Like if Mahac was allowed to just play freely and his opponent was Roberto Carbaez Baena every single time, he'd probably be taking his 95% of his ground strokes on the rise. But because there's also the aspect of the opponent, you're playing tennis against the opponent. Yeah, 57, 58, that's a good guess.
He looks more comfortable, like now defensively, at least getting a few more balls back. Putting Opelka in some awkward situations, like even that volley that Opelka missed to go down that first mini break.
Yeah,
it was a little bit awkward for the big guy.
Riley's second serve much further inside the court now, which I think to me is definitely the way to go. The only point he's lost in this breaker so far was kind of because of that. But on the other hand, he's really taking time away. And I think we saw it a lot on the 1-4 point. And now it's Opelka throwing in the double faults. So we have the first like real cracks. And of course, this is looking like a set that Mahac should take. It's a good adjustment already. I was also talking about this earlier, that like he's very good at that. Just kind of not letting the match slip away from him and just keep trying to do the same. But he will probably make some adjustments. I mean, then the notepad, maybe that's helping him out.
Yeah. By the way, Laura Zigmund is playing insane right now. Like, she's kept up that level that she had in the tiebreak and causing Zhang all kinds of problems.
Good on her,
she missed a +1 that she should have made.
My random top 10 stats that I tweeted out on Laura Zigmund might not be that random if she beats Kinver Zheng here. Clara Tauson, friend of the show, produces the win 6-2, 6-2 over Tatiana Maria. And Jessica Pegula is also through over Elise Mertens. Sabalenka, by the way, 1-4 down in the second set.
Oh, might have to tune into that.
Also, Mirra Andreeva is likely going free with Moyuka Uchima from here. The Japanese is 5-3, 30 love up.
I mean, so Sabalenka in the first round was cruising against Stephens, and then she had this 3 games where she just dropped off.
Olga Danilovic is my crush, really?
So.
I didn't know, but I mean, I guess. I like her game. That's, I can say that. Yeah, that was, okay, sorry, that was Anna Ivanovic. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to switch over now that the Pegula match is over to Sabalenka. It's a good win for Pegula. Never really seemed like she was going to lose, and she finally gets a win over Mertens.
Opelka's back has been bothering him. I mean, back issues, he had them in the Brisbane final, but for what it's worth, Dave, they didn't really seem to be impacting his serve. Like, it was more the movement. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, so far he's definitely looking fine physically. Mahac just kind of survived that early game, especially in the opening game of the second set. I do think he's putting more pressure on Opelka with that more aggressive return position on the second serve. And yeah, Riley's ground strokes aren't that consistent anymore, at least. So that's giving Mahac a fighting chance.
By the way, you talked about Mahac taking 56% of his shots on the rise.
57, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Guess how much Zigmund is doing in this match right now? I'll give you a hint, more than Mahac.
I mean, I don't know if it's newsworthy that Sabalenka has been broken twice in this match. I mean,
62% of her shots.
Again, she was
Against
broken
Zigmund.
against Stevens, probably like at least once, maybe twice. It's WTA after all, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely newsworthy that she is 2-4 down. Yeah, she was broken twice by Stevens as well.
It's newsworthy though that now. Oh wait, it is serious trouble for Zhang because it's about to be 3-love for Zigmund. Although Qinwen just came up with his backhand on the line and it clipped the sideline by 1 millimeter. Yeah, 1 millimeter, indeed. So for now, she survives. I wasn't that high on Qinwen coming into the tournament, and mostly because she has Sabalenka in the quarters, but also because she pulled out of her tournament. She pulled out of the warm-up tournament, and she's wearing a sleeve on her arm, and I just don't know how she would get to the finals like she did last year, basically. But I still think she'll probably finish the year in the top 5. At about number 5, where she finished this year.
Qinwen at number 5 this year. Yeah, I mean, I think it's clear that there are like 4 players definitely stronger than her on the tour right now.
Yeah.
If Rybakina plays a consistent schedule, then I think she should be ranked higher than her. But after that, yeah, it becomes quite open. Kind of depends on who makes the slam finals, I guess, of like her, Pegula. Her and Pegula, I guess, are the most contenders. Most people are expecting Paolini to drop off at least a little bit.
Oh, but here Zhang steps up and takes one of these returns earlier. And Zigmund sprays a backhand on the game point. So now it's break point for Zhang. And Bruce's Monaro has a game point for 5-2 against Sabalenka. Oh, and Uchiyama took the second set against Mira.
Yes.
Oh, that. Imagine if Sabalenka, Zhang, and Mira Andreeva all went out today. Can you imagine what that section looks like then?
Well,
they're
that's
all
the
in that,
top
they're all in the same
one.
quarter.
Yeah, they're all in the same quarter, huh?
That would be wild. Actually, even if 2 of them, if Sabalenka went out, that would cause the most.
Yeah, it's more on Sabalenka, really, but indeed, if all
But
3
she's down
go out,
2-5. Well, I don't know what's happened in the second set, because I had only just started watching. As I assumed Sabalenka would just cruise through this match. But maybe it's a while. When was the last time Sabalenka played during the day? I think most of our matches have been night session at the Australian Open.
I don't really know. Don't pay too much
Yeah,
attention to
I
it, to
think-
be honest.
I think last year, I want to say like at least 6 of her matches when she's won it have all been in the night. Luzis Monaro has how many top 10 wins in her career? Maybe 1?
What's the top 10 win for Buzas Monteiro?
She beat Vondrousova at Wimbledon, right? Was that a top 10 win?
When did that happen? Last year?
Yeah.
Probably was then, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one I just checked. So she's 1-3 against top 10 players.
Yeah,
was
I
the
mean, it
one.
doesn't feel like a real top 10 win, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's gonna
But
come.
Muchova was the ELO ratings was like 50th probably by that point.
Yeah, 15th is about where she was playing.
Oh, I said 50th actually.
Oh,
I was a little harsh, but that's kind of
Yeah.
how she was playing for the most part last year. When she was playing, because of course many injury issues as well.
Yeah.
Benji serving for the match against a friend of the show, Susan Leymans, but actually we'll be facing 2 breakpoints now. Oh, let's see if Mahac can continue to push for these breaks here. He is getting Opelka into trouble much more consistently now. Again, gonna be able to just keep the ball pretty low on the pass here. Riley hits the first volley, misses the second one, as the match has kind of turned on its head, but of course it's not a complete transformation yet. Still more needed for Mahac in terms of that.
Yeah. It's a good 2-shot pass right there. I mean, it wasn't a winner, but Opelka hit the tough volley.
Yeah, definitely could have gone for like a more tricky angle and tried to find that winner, but
Opelka has been so good this year with like those mid-court forehands, the ones that are like waist high or like in the middle of the court. He's been like so decisive with them. It's what is that? It's more of a. It's not even a mid-court forehand. It's called what is it? Squat. I'm forgetting what the English word is, but it's like basically a swat. A swat. I'm gonna call it a swat. A forehand swat. Where he's almost not even taking a full swing, but he's just swatting it really high up here. Mostly because he's just a giant, basically.
I loved some of his matches on the clay in Rome when the ball was just like really sitting up for him, and the ground strokes were actually really fun to watch there. Yeah.
Okay, so Blinka's at 15:30 actually, so trying to break back. Not let this go to a third.
I think it's clear that Ozan, I should not be replying to fashion questions.
Yeah, there was a good opportunity here for Zigmund to go up 3-love and really get close to the upset. But Kinwen has... Well, there was that backhand down the line that she hit that was like 1 millimeter in. So... perhaps pretty lucky there. And I'm actually going to watch this breakpoint back to see how Kinwen got the break. Okay. Yeah, it was Kinwen pressuring the Zigmund forehand corner, getting her on the move. So we're back on serve here, and we're back on serve for Arina Sabalenka as well.
I was gonna ask, do you still have that stream on?
I do. Yeah, she was kind of behind the whole game. And on breakpoint, yeah, it's just Sabalenka, I guess, keeping the ball in and going for a bigger target. As I'm assuming she was making a lot more unforced errors, as I don't think Jesus Monteiro has too big of weapons to really threaten Arina consistently. So I'm guessing that it's more on Arina that she's down in the set. Oh, is Muchova versus Osaka started already? If it has, I do want to watch that.
Not yet.
Okay. So then, yeah. Ozan, it hasn't started.
But yeah, not long now. I think they are playing on the Kia Arena.
Yeah, the fourth biggest court, which is very questionable scheduling, honestly. Very surprised when I saw that. It was on the fourth court.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the 6 matches that are on the main 3 courts, it's clear that Mertens Pegula is the one that kind of stands out as the one that could have been swapped.
Yeah, that could have gone on that court instead.
Otherwise, you have the 2 Australians, so Gibson and Tomljanovic, and also you've got the 3 like main stars, so Kinven, Sabalenka, and Goff. So I think it's pretty clear that Mertens Pegula is the one weird call that they made there. Otherwise, I mean, everything kind of needed to be on the main court. One of the 3 main courts. I mean, it's still a big one. I mean, it's not like the Kia Arena or the 1573 thing is, it's small, but definitely like in terms of the weather forecast for today as well, I think it was very valuable for players to be on one of the roofed courts at least to make sure that they're going to be playing their matches without any interruptions. Of course, we still haven't seen any interruptions since play started like 30 minutes later than it was supposed to on the outside courts, but we still haven't had any interruptions, thankfully.
Yeah,
well, Mahac definitely is just kind of
I haven't watched any of Mira. I have not watched any of Mira Andreeva.
Yeah, me either.
I watched a little bit of her in the first round, though, like most of her match. And I was pretty encouraged by what I saw against Pushkova, but I mean, the last couple of slams, Mira hasn't done very well, right? She lost second round to Kruger in US Open, and she lost first round against Korneva. Now she's down a break in the third.
Sorry, who?
Mira, right? She lost to Brenda Fruhvirtova in first round of Wimbledon. She was up like 6-1, 3-0. And then she lost to Kruger in the second round of the US Open.
Yeah, I think more so even than like last year. What was kind of more important is like how well she started in Brisbane, right? Like that's why it would be disappointing, as it did seem like she made a bit of a jump during the off season, and now that will be a little questioned if she is to go out to Uchima. Although Moyuka Uchima actually beat the most talented player ever in the opening round, so.
Magdalene?
Yeah.
Most talented player? Okay. I don't know.
Obviously, I'm just kidding, obviously.
Yeah.
There was a meme, I don't know if it was Ghosty or who was it that had it, but basically when Lynette had that strong run at the Australian Open, I mean, they were just like memeing about me and my like attitude towards her being.
Has she been in the second week since? I don't think so.
No, definitely not. Yeah, I think it was just one of these, like, everything was perfect for her that event. She was obviously very confident in like going down the line, but at the same time she just played the same opponent like 5 times in a row, and it was also that Australian Open where the flat heaters were very strong and she was just so good against them. So I think a lot aligned for her there, but it was a fantastic performance nonetheless. In fact, she was probably the player who, before the final, pushed Sabalenka the closest in that event.
Yep. Zigmund, by the way, has 2 break points again. Kinwen clutched, though, with an ace down the tee to save the first. And Sabalenka has won 3 games in a row, and it's 5-all. So, no longer in grave danger like she was before, to losing a set. Yeah, this is a pretty important point right here for Zhang at 30-40. Second serve here. Oh, and a double fault for Kinwen. So, Zigmund is up a break. Why is Muchova's game so aesthetically? Yeah, it's the most aesthetically pleasing game on the tour because she comes to the net and she knows how to volley really, really well, and she just combines it with really good all-court tennis. And she's aggressive. She takes returns early. She steps in. She plays with a lot of feel and guile, and she reminds you of some ATP players because it's not a style that's very commonly used. There's a lot of better, bigger hitters on the WTA tour, more kind of return oriented, or I guess Muchova is that way as well, but she just mixes it up so much more. She plays kind of old school tennis, but in a modern way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know a fair few people who like don't watch the WTA at all, but their favorites, like if they were to name a favorite women's player, it would be Muchova.
Yeah, that kind of says it all, actually.
For example, like if some of you guys were on the streams of we did from qualifying, Luke, he sometimes shows up here. Luke van Gent from the Netherlands, he is one of these guys who he barely watches the WTA, but definitely has a soft spot for Muchova, and it makes sense. Yeah, it is a in the same way, not in the same way that like some people are saying that Iga plays like a guy sometimes, but Muchova also does.
Sabalenka, by the way, has 2 break points, so she's completely back on track.
Okay.
And Andreeva breaks back. So we're on.
So for Arena, I guess it's kind of like most of her season thus far. Just like when there's adversity, she's gonna handle it. She's gonna find a way, even if maybe she's not like peeking out of her mind. And
yeah, I did notice she was quite calm as well, even though she was down 2-5. And like the rough patches don't last as long as they used to. So you might still have 3-4 game stretches where she's missing all over the place, but she just reins it in. This backhand down the line was just beautiful right here to get the break. So she'll serve for the match.
Well, Mahac has been the dominant force, let's say, over the past 30 minutes of this match, but now there's a bit of a chance for Opelka. 15-0, Mahac made a double fault, and Riley had this backhand down the line here. He could have just like slapped into oblivion, but it's gonna be wide, so maybe that opportunity is now gone as Mahac goes for 40-30 up. It's still such a match of like such fine margins, obviously, but it does feel like for the last 30 minutes, maybe even more, Mahac has like started turning this around, and then just
Laura Zigmund
avoid falling
is now
behind
up 4-1 in the second set with some really good tennis. She comes in on this backhand cross-court approach, and she like half volleys it, but it's like one of those half volleys that doesn't stay as low as she wants it, and so it sits up really high, and Kinwin has a forehand on the line with the whole court open, and she misses it.
Your Muchova Osaka match is coming up now. In fact, it's already started. One game for Carolina.
All right, I will definitely tune in. Actually, I'm going to turn off the Sabalenka one and just assume that she's going to break or hold.
Yeah, I think you can. She's just 3 points away now. I think what we might do, I don't know how you are sort of like time-wise today, but I think what we might do with this stream is if Opelka and Mahac finish, but Muchova and Osaka are still going, we might watch it. Right?
Sure.
Yeah. I think that's probably the best strategy we have for this one.
Yeah.
Because I do want to stay until the end of Opelka Mahac, but if Muchova and Osaka are still playing, I'm definitely fine also watching that until the end.
Yeah. Yep, rematch of the US Open, which was won by Muchova 6-3, 7-6. Although Osaka had those set points in the second set and some really big chances there. So, and Muchova leads the head-to-head 2-1. She also beat Osaka in Madrid in 2021. Naomi won their first match in 2020 in Cincinnati at the US Open from a set down.
Thomas Mahac once again with his art of falling on the floor and winning the point. I mean, he probably does this the most, honestly, out of any player I've seen. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Of course, Opelka still could have made the final volley. Not gonna lie, but once more, Mahac is doing his shtick.
Yeah, Muchova, by the way, with two really awesome returns down 15-40. And then charging right in so quickly and punching the volley, as she so often does.
And actually, this point that Mahac won, basically on the floor, it might come out. It might turn out to be very important here. Opelka double faults at 15-all. So it's actually the same story as last game where Mahac double faulted at 15-all, avoided issues, but let's see if Riley can do the same. The return is in, and this could mean trouble for the American here. Oh, wow. But he finds the pass.
Yeah. Another really deep return on the second serve by Muchova. And she kind of forces Osaka back, and then she goes for this backhand slice that stays pretty low and skids through the baseline. Pretty deep. So it's break point now for Muchova. Second serve. Keep in mind, Naomi was up 40-15 in this game.
Dave said earlier that he doesn't think that Opelka can win this in 5.
Yep.
I don't know if I agree yet, because he can always just serve his way to a win, but he is getting considerably more sweaty and tired by the minute. Yeah.
So Karolina Muchova is up a break now. 2-love to start this match. And yeah, Pegula finally beats Martins. Pegula's in the Coco Golf section, so.
Yeah, I saw that message about Fonseca Sonego earlier. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't.
Wait, where are you in the Opelka Mahac? Is it deuce for you?
Yeah, now it is. Now actually it's game point Opelka already.
Bradley hits that forehand wide right from the net cord.
Yeah, now it's actually game point already, but I was reading the chat.
Yep. Okay, so I got two talented checks side by side on my screen right here with Mahac and Muchova.
The United Cup duo.
Yeah.
Sabalenka match point up, Belinda Bencic match point up, and Magdalena Frank match point up. Who will finish their match first? It's actually Magdalena Frank, who lost the first set in a bagel but only dropped 2 more games in the next 2 sets. And it's still match point up for both Belinda Bencic and Aryna Sabalenka as I'm talking, and neither has wrapped it up yet. Well, Bencic has not converted her match point, so that will likely set her back by at least 1 minute. Whereas I'm not sure what's happening in the Sabalenka match, but yes, she's in the third round now. Welcome to the third round.
Yeah, but I will also keep an eye out on Andreeva and Uchiyama.
Mm-hmm. You keep saying Uchiyama, by the way. That's a men's player.
Oh yeah, Uchijima. Sorry.
Yeah. You said it yesterday as well, and I wasn't sure, so I just let it go.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, nah, this is not.
I'm so used to Uchiyama for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, he was here in Australia, obviously. He actually made the final qualifying round and took a set of Michal Kruger. So who knows? Maybe with a bit of a different outcome there, maybe he would have been the one beating Hijikata yesterday and then playing Mute tomorrow.
Oh, Kinwen is a little bit lost right now because Zigmund is covering the court really well. She's stepping in and being aggressive when she needs to. And she's putting Kinwen on the back foot, and there's a loss of clarity here. So Kinwen is going for this forehand drop shot, which is way off balance. Kind of struggling to win points. Strange shot selection as well. So Zigmund is getting very close to the upset.
Do I think Beatriz Haddad Maia will ever win a slam? I mean, in doubles or mixed doubles? I mean, yeah,
doubles she can win a slam. Yeah, she can do
it in doubles or mixed doubles. I mean, in singles she's like not at second tier contender, but she is among the 30 players you can possibly imagine doing it. It's easier in the best of 3 format, definitely. Like that there's no chance that someone like this is going to win a slam on the men's side, really. Like we are probably locking Tsitsipas or Rublev out of winning a slam, so we're definitely locking like the equivalent of Beatriz Haddad-Maia, whoever that would be. But on the women's side, I mean, I don't know who was like a random WTA 1000 champion last few years. Camila Giorgi won a WTA 1000, and if you can win a WTA 1000, you can probably win a slam too. But yeah, I mean, it's not too likely in doubles or mixed doubles. I mean, depends on the partner, I guess. But yeah, I mean, she definitely can. In mixed, she could play with like Matos, right? Or that's kind of like the main one.
Fonseca.
Right? Yeah, sure. I don't think Joao will bother with mixed doubles slams, but if he did, that would be a very fun pairing. Here she's playing with Laura Zigmund actually in the doubles. I was just checking.
All right, so Machac and Opelka at 4-all in the third. Osaka has worked her way into the service game. Muchova made a couple of errors while attacking.
Marcelo Melo, another potential partner for Haddad-Maia, maybe. Of course, it doesn't have to be a Brazilian either, but
yeah.
I was just gonna check what her best results are in doubles. Yeah, 22. I thought she made the final.
Yeah, right now Osaka is kind of struggling to deal with the Muchova backhand slice, especially the ones that are floating pretty deep on the baseline. She looks like a bit jammed on the forehand. The footwork isn't quite there right now.
Yeah, I thought she had a slam final in doubles with Danilina because that was actually part of a project I did in 2022 for Popcorn Tennis, actually. When I watched all the 15 finals of the Australian Open 2022. So from boys singles through wheelchair, through quads, through mixed doubles to singles. It was very fun, but obviously it took a lot of time. Like I wouldn't actually repeat it because it just required me to stay up for like 4 nights in a row consecutively.
Oh gosh, yeah, I could not do that.
But yeah, it started on Thursday, right? So that's why the first finals were on Thursday. But it was like Shingo Kunieda was still playing then. Dida de Groot, of course, the domination. It was cool to see that. And I did see one of the best boys singles finals there with Kuzuhara and Menchik. So yeah, I think the girls were Kostulas and Marchinko, and it's kind of weird that neither of them has broken through. But I guess we're seeing now that like the junior results on the women's tour, they don't really matter that much, because if you're like, well, because girls grow up earlier, like mature physically earlier. So it's if you're still playing juniors at like 18, then probably you're just not good enough for the pro tour. That's the sad part, I guess. And matches like Marchinko,
by the way, Laura Zigmund 3 points away from the match.
Okay.
With Kinman serving at 2-5. I mean, besides serving well and hitting aces, there's not many ways that Xiong has been able to win the baseline rallies since the first set tiebreak. Because Zigmund is just really frustrating her. Sorry, wait. It's not a double break. It's just one break, Jake. I mean, it's just one break for Carolina. She just held for 3 love.
And yes, Ozan, the mixed doubles draw is out. Ranivava, sorry, the top seeds. I don't really know what to tell you about the favorites, truthfully. It's just such a weird format that they don't really play. But I mean, the usual pairings, right? I mean, there's Siazielinski, there's Krawczyk-Skapski. Definitely among the favorites too. Bethany Matek-Sands and Jamie Murray. That used to be such a strong pairing.
Yeah. Well, we also have a break point here for Uchijima to go up 4-3 on Mira, as Mira hits the second serve, and I'm just going to watch this point.
I find this fascinating, by the way. Siniakova and Zhang playing with each other in the mixed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is fascinating.
I guess Mahac must have recommended Triple Z as a potential partner.
Okay, this is a better service game here for Zhang. His last 3 points have been pretty good.
There's a question for you, Vansh, here.
That's a good question. I would say so, yeah. I think it would be a bigger upset than beating.
Yeah, I think pretty clearly, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, the odds on Zigmund were crazy, just like, 12 or something like that. Like, that's ridiculous. But Fonseca Rublev was basically treated as a, like, almost 50-50.
Almost 50-50,
by most,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, by the odds,
So,
it was
yeah.
like 50. Yeah, it was. A lot of people picked Fonseca to win.
What's
Whereas here, I
happening
don't
to
think anybody
Osaka?
picked.
What's the latest there?
She's down love 30 now in this game. Yeah, just not getting the free points on the serve, and Muchova is just stepping in with the return +1. And Osaka is just struggling to get her feet on the ground. Like, the depth from Muchova is just causing a lot of problems. She's also coming forward. The slice backhand has been very effective. Osaka has a little bit of a bigger windup, as we know, on the forehand, so she really needs to get out of the way in time. And so far, it's been tough for Naomi to get any kind of rhythm. She does hit an ace here at love 40, but
kind of out of nowhere, Opelka will have 2 set points. Mahac, I thought he was pretty smart trying to approach at the middle there. I mean, Opelka obviously, it's going to be a struggle for him to like get out in time. But actually, he made Mahac play a very tough volley. So it's 2 set points for Opelka. This is not exactly how the match has been going for the last 30 minutes. So I mean, yeah, such a crucial moment.
Oh, wow. Muchova is playing amazing right now. I mean, just hit a really good inside-out backhand return winner that just clipped the line. And Osaka hit a pretty good second serve there. Not a lot of kick. I mean, yeah. I mean, this game, ever since Muchova went up 3-love and just held, because, the last game was close. Like, Osaka, I don't think she had a break point, but there was a lot of back and forth from due sad. And I think when Muchova held for 3-love, she really loosened up even more. And yep, no break point so far for Naomi, which is tough.
Ooh, I mean, this is crucial now in Opelka Mahac. First set point was saved via just a simple +1 forehand. But on the next one, like, Opelka goes backhand down the line. Mahac is just scrambling and slicing the ball back. And Riley had this approach shot of the forehand that he just barely overcooks.
He overcooked that forehand inside out, yeah.
Yeah, this was the opportunity for Riley. If he loses this set, definitely we're going to be coming back to this point.
Yeah, we also have Zigmund, by the way, 2 points away now at 30-love. So I'm going to watch this pretty closely. Yeah, Osaka at the moment just overhitting, not really able to settle in.
Got some more men's action starting as well with Lehečka Gaston and Alcaraz Nishioka.
Yeah, beautiful point there.
Taking the early breaks.
I mean, first of all, she not only hit a really good white serve, she then followed it up with an awesome forehand on the line. Then she comes in and she hits behind Zhang with a forehand volley in the backhand corner, and that's going to be a winner. Wow, what a forehand winner to set up 3 match points. Really nice volley. So 3 match points for Zigmund.
Going to be a breakpoint for Andreeva. Bencic is definitely making a mess of the finish against Leymans, but looks like she will.
Saves the first with the return winner on the forehand of the second serve. Just went for it. So not quite over yet for Laura. Or Laura, I guess is how she would pronounce it. Right?
I don't know, to be honest. I think a lot of people say Laura, but of course it's just like an Anglicized, yeah.
That's a good point right here. They're both just going after this ball. Oh, and Laura Zigmund gets it done. She hits this really good defensive backhand to stay in the point, and it just floats over the net, and Zhang gets there, but she can't control the backhand because it's so low. And wow, the world number 97 has taken out the 5th seed and reigning defending finalist. So, wow,
the random stats I posted on Zigmund's top 10 wins suddenly became far less random.
Yeah, when was her last top 10 win actually in a major?
2022 Stuttgart.
Who against who?
Sakari.
Okay. And then in a major, I don't remember.
Never.
This was. Oh, this is their first major? No way. She's like 36.
Yeah. 7 in Stuttgart, 2015 Luxembourg, 2017 Charleston, and 2017 Madrid.
Oh yeah, she always peaks in Stuttgart.
Yeah. She had 3 top 10 wins in Stuttgart 2016, 3 top 10 wins in Stuttgart 2017, and 1 that Sakari win. So basically,
but it's interesting. She was 0-7 against top 10 in majors before this, but her last 4 losses, or her last 3 losses, were 3-setters. 3-setters against Garcia in 2023 Australia, and then the 3-setter famous one against Coco at the US
That's
Open
precisely why I started checking, actually, because I remembered the matches against Garcia and Goff, and I was like, she must have had some upsets, right? But actually, no, it was just a lot of close battles, not much more.
And then Rybakina last year as well, in the close one, 3 sets.
Rybakina? What was the slam? I don't remember that.
Wimbledon last year, second round.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all, to be honest, but yeah. Gotta be one of Laura's best matches in a while. That was impressive. I mean, other than the Stuttgart performances that she used to have just like every single year, that's probably the best match of her career, more or less, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she played super aggressively at times, especially in the tie break, but it felt pretty safe and controlled, and she was using her transition game really well. And really made Zhang pretty uncomfortable, especially on Zhang's serve. Really fine performance, honestly. Zhang wasn't at her best for sure. She can play much better than this, but Laura deserves a lot of credit, I think.
But she does finally wrap up the win over Susan Leymans, friend of the show. So the record for friends of the show today is 1-1, and Jaime Faria will decide whether it's a good day for our friends or not. Carlos Alcaraz seems to be on his way to bagel Yoshihito Nishioka, and is Karolina Muchova about to do the same to Naomi Osaka?
Oh my gosh, I feel like everything is happening so quickly. I haven't watched a single ball of Carlos.
I don't think you should. Like, he's 5 love up and 30 love up. So.
Yeah, but it's Carlos. I'll watch him against anybody.
Yeah, but no, when like 10 other more interesting matches are happening at the same time.
I don't regret it, but I'll turn it on at some point if something looks more Jeopardy-ish. Okay, so now what's going on? Muchova is a 5 love, by the way. More of the same problems for Naomi. She just really can't settle in from the baseline, and the serve isn't doing enough damage as she would want. Yeah, I'm just going to send it some tweet about the Zhang. That's the biggest upset so far. Yeah, that was my worry about Kinwen, actually, that she didn't play any of the warm-ups. I mean, not that it was super important, but just that when the draw that she got, doesn't really allow her to be that come in cold. It was a bit of a tough ask. But I feel like maximum she was going to lose in the quarters. So, and we look at it from the point of view that she has basically nothing to defend until the second half of the year. Still think it's recoverable.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I just wasn't treating her as a serious contender for the title anyway. Mostly on the back of the fact that, again, if she plays Rybakina, Sabalenka, Goff, Świątek, it's a struggle so far. Did I think she was going to go a little further than this? Yeah, probably. Tiebreak between Opelka and Mahac. Of course, Riley had 2 set points to go 2-1 up and had that one inside-out forehand he would like back. But we'll see. And he starts the breaker with a double fault. He lost the previous one 1-7, and I think there was also a double fault there, although at 1-5. So, well, the breaker's not looking too great for him so far, but it's just one mini break yet.
Uchijima will serve for the match against Andreeva. So I have that on my screen as well.
Okay. Gotta have that Diane Parry moment somewhere in her run, Andreeva, I guess. So you actually mentioned this earlier, that like, what if Sabalenka, Zheng, and Andreeva all lose? But now we have another situation. What if Zheng and Andreeva lose, but Sabalenka stays in? Like, can we just like automatically put Arena in the semis then?
Yeah, I mean, I was doing that anyway, but
yeah, I was doing that too, but I guess it just becomes even more clear that it's gonna be very hard to stop her before the semifinals, and we're probably not gonna learn all that much about her form, her game.
Well, I mean, doesn't she? Who does she play next? Clara Towson.
Okay.
That would be interesting. Like, you know, I could.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound too bad actually. I agree. Could very well be one of these matchups where, like, you know, there's a very dynamic, aggressive ball striker there in Towson, but like she comes into Arena's weight of shot and there's nothing she can do. But at the same time, like, that's such a real prospect, so maybe. Anyway, Opelka gets the mini break back, surviving a very long rally. There was one shot that he landed like right on the baseline there. But that was, well, eventually that led to him taking the point. Machac trying to go back in line there, I guess, or I don't know, maybe he was just late on it.
Okay. Osaka, by the way, is making her way back in the set actually, with some good ball striking in this game. And we also have Uchijima 3 points away from the upset.
What is that? I think you have to refresh your stream for Uchijima, Andreeva, because your usual delay seems to be like twice as much.
Oh my goodness, wow. Yeah, it's 5-all. Whoop.
Yeah, I had this feeling earlier as well, but when I think you said that Uchijima has a break point.
I think I rewinded to see how she got the break, and then I didn't.
Okay, yeah. Because I think earlier you said that Uchijima has a break point at 3-all, and I looked at the scoreboard and I was like, it's 4-3, 40-15, but okay.
Oh my goodness, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, basically Andreeva has broken back. I guess the game was pretty short though. I don't think you were that far behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game was just 5 points, yeah.
Okay. It's still, 5-all in the third.
Well, Opelka, since recovering that mini break, looking a little bit more confident, and now he's 3-2 up. So still very much out in the open. I mean, this set will not decide the match, but it will put one of them in a great position to take it potentially. Really? That serve was long? My eyes are fooling me. But that serve being long is a pretty big deal, as Mahac is now on the scramble, and it's actually some very good hitting from Opelka. That I thought that low pickup from Thomas might get him to miss, but he's not. He's perfect on this forehand cross right in the corner. So 4-2 Opelka, and now he has the mini break.
Wow, that's 4 points in a row, huh?
Yeah, that is 4 points in a row indeed. Speaking of 4 points in a row, I think Karolina Muchova is doing something like this too now.
Yeah, that's 42 set point.
Yeah. And Opelka, Oh no, okay, it's long. I thought he found the baseline with this return. I mean, would have been 5-2, 2 mini breaks. Very close to doing that, but well, he's going to be 4-3 and serving twice. A big difference, but nonetheless an advantage. Second serve, so Mahac will be returning this a bit more aggressively. Indeed, he takes some time away, at least from Riley. Backhand line from the American. And once more, he follows it up. Should be able to pick up this point. Goes at Mahac, and it's going to be a mistake, actually. Wow, I mean, that was a crazy point from the Czech here. Even surviving that backhand line, that repeated backhand line, especially from Opelka, was fantastic. And then Riley just tries to slam it down the middle, which seemed like a decent play, but Mahac is quick to react, plays it right back, just using Opelka's pace at him, and well, the volley is going to be long, so 4 points all now. This is definitely a very entertaining tiebreak, and, well, perhaps the most crucial moment of the match as a whole.
Yeah. 6-1.
6-1 Muchova. Okay.
Yeah, and also Andreeva did hold in that game, so she's up 6-5 now.
That's pretty massive. If Opelka and Mahac finish this tiebreak in pretty shortly, I'm gonna probably watch the rest of Uchijima Andreeva.
Yeah.
Especially if there's a deciding set tiebreak, which I think it went to against Diane Parry last year, right? I think that comeback.
Yes, it did. It was a deciding set tiebreak.
Who did Andreeva lose to? Was it Arena again? I don't remember.
No,
it was Krejcikova, maybe?
Krejcikova in the fourth round.
Krejcikova, yeah, I was thinking that. Well, Riley with a good net approach. The Czech, Mahac obviously is on the floor again because he was trying to get to that and play a pass. But yeah, this time wasn't able to get his racket on it.
Yeah, I'm guessing we'll also have Djokovic and Faria on the court soon.
Not at Wimbledon as Jaime wanted, but still a fine opportunity for the Portuguese. 4-5, Mahac serving at 4-5, so 2 chances for Opelka to come up with a mini break and get that decisive advantage. Let's see, especially as the first serve from Mahac isn't in. We know that Riley will be attacking this. Backhand return winner down the line from Riley. So 2 set points once more. He had 2 set points on return at 4-5. He will have 1 more set point on return here, but then that one ball that he's waiting for, perhaps the one he's going to have on his own serve, which might make all the difference later on. Okay, serve is in, but he's going to have to rally for it. Finds a forehand winner down the line, Thomas Mahac. So this is the key set point. This is the one that Opelka has been waiting for. He's, squandered is definitely a harsh word here, but he has missed 3 set points on serve. On return, and is now going to get his first one on his delivery. Just blasted 220 ace. Don't look back. That's going to be his dream right now. Okay, Mahac at least plays the return in, but Opelka is going to smash the inside-out forehand winner, and it's going to be a 2-1 lead for the American. Mahac is extremely frustrated, but there's not much he can do about this at this stage. And yes, indeed, Uchijima and Andreeva are going to the deciding set tiebreak. So I am planning to turn that on. Alcaraz still hasn't lost a game in the meantime, and Bonzi against Passaro is coming up. Passaro, if he wins today, he definitely has a top 100 debut in sights then after the Australian Open. If he loses, probably as well, but very tough to tell at this point in time.
Yeah, first point of the tiebreak between Uchijima and Andreeva.
Yeah, Carlos has just won 8 games in a row.
Yep, and Mira some nice forehand in the corner, so she does hold her service point. Osaka also trying to start the second game off with a hold. That's a really nice ace down the tee. So she does get on the board. in set number 2. Yeah, Alcaraz well 6-0, 2-0.
I actually don't mind watching Opelka Mahac at all, to be honest, Dave. But yeah, that was one of the most exciting matchups for me today. I know I'm weird, but
For me as well. Yeah, I think it's a good contrast, and Riley is one of the more entertaining serve-bots to watch.
I mean, he's not quite Dr. Evil, you know.
Oh yeah, well.
No, I understand if somebody hated watching him. I mean, perfectly fine with me. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily made time to watch his matches that often.
I like 2015, 16. I'm pretty sure I watched 90, if not 95% of his matches.
Wow, that's.
I would, yeah, like that sort of like period of my tennis fandom, 2015, 16. I watched. There are two players I watched every match of, and that was Federer and Karlovic. So when they played each other, you know, I had a I had a field day. 2014 Basel they played in that time frame. 2015 Halle as well. So there were some matches between.
There was that match where he had like 45 aces against Berdych.
Yeah, and then he played Roger in the semis the day after.
Yeah. He should have won the title in DC in 2016.
Yeah, that was painful. That was just a clear choke against Monfils. Probably he's honestly like some of his best tennis of his career off the ground that entire summer of 2016. The win over Cilic in Canada or Cincinnati. No, I think Canada. Just Wimbledon was sucked. Like Wimbledon, he loses to like Lachko or something like that. But otherwise, he was just peaking the entire summer of 2016, and then Washington, perhaps his strongest run ever, really, all the way until serving for the match and against Gael Monfils.
Okay, so this is some patient tennis here from Andreeva, allowing Uchijima to make the mistake. So it's 4-2 for Mira as they change ends.
Zoran, we were kind of wondering about this earlier. What's easier for Djokovic, Opelka, or Mahac? And we couldn't really come up with an answer, to be honest. Mahac, I think, as both of us said, like he can definitely like just go for like, you know, trade for trade, blow for blow off the ground with Novak. Yeah. And Opelka is just such a different challenge, but it's not a given which one is actually easier or not. Uchijima is like really firing here. I mean, obviously, I remember her from the win streak that she had last year, right? That was such a big story, and I think eventually it was snapped by Sabalenka, maybe at the French. She was on like a 19-match win streak at the time or something like that, Uchijima. But like she's like blasting that forehand here. I didn't remember her being like that aggressive there.
She's been doing that at times in the third set, like hitting behind Andreeva, or anytime Andreeva gives her something short, she's been just like spreading the court nicely with it. And, yeah.
Maybe I just maybe my previous experiences watching her were just like against maybe bigger ball strikers who weren't allowing her that sort of comfort, but yeah, she's really going for it here.
Okay, Muchova holds, so 1-1 in the second. Yeah, this time Mira is able to finish the point off at the net.
Ozan, I was talking about Ivo Karlovic with that 95%. Nishioka has played well versus some other top players in the past. Do you remember like a good Nishioka match against the top player? I don't know if I do. Yeah, I'm completely blanking right now.
But I think there has to be at least a couple.
And I think perhaps maybe like his best form ever was actually that when he tore that ACL. But I think that was like Wawrinka maybe he beat there or pushed in Indian Wells that year. But I don't know if Wawrinka... Well, at the time, I guess he was a peak, a top player.
Was that the same tournament where he beat Felix after Felix had made the final in Rio?
I think that was even earlier, to be honest, 2017.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it can't be against Stan because Stan lost to Federer that year.
Yeah, 2017, Wawrinka beat Nishioka 7-6-4 in the finals at tiebreak, but that's the match I had in mind. But yeah, other against like top 5 opponents, Nishioka beat Ruud in 3 sets in Seoul in 2022 and had that match against Stan that I just mentioned. But otherwise, in 15 matches,
oh yeah, he made the
won a
DC
set.
final, didn't he? He made the DC final. So maybe
Yeah,
he beat
but, like-
somebody on the, like maybe Rublev or somebody.
Sorry, Nishikori he also beat in Cincinnati in 2019. But yeah, Nishioka's record against like the top 5 is pretty horrible. He's just not winning sets almost ever. That match against Wawrinka, I think actually might be his most impressive, even though he beat Nishikori and Kasper. And DC on the way to the DC final, he beat Andrei Rublev 6-3, 6-4.
Okay, so it was Rublev, yeah, in the semis.
Yeah.
He lost to Kyrgios in the final.
Yeah.
And he just got a game right here, so, and he's like...
Where are you, Dima Andreeva?
I am at 6-5.
Okay, watch this.
And it was 6-3, by the way, so Uchijima did hold her 2 points on serve. Oh,
I mean, Ozan, to be fair, I'm not calling Isner or Opelka a serve-bot either, so it's not really related to my fandom. But yes, Ivo Karlovic was definitely my second favorite
player. It was
player.
a sloppy forehand volley from Mira, she had the
whole what a bricked volley, that was what I was referring to, and...
Yeah. All of a sudden, this tiebreak is now way more complicated.
Well, some news, though. Yoshihito Nishioka is on the board.
Yeah. And he celebrated like he won the title. So.
Probably, yeah. I wasn't watching, but probably.
Yeah, I watched the celebration. I have it on, actually, now.
He could have used the samurai celebration from Rei Sakamoto. $6-3 was it, right? For Andreeva.
Yeah, just watching this long rally at 6-all right here. And Mira just sprays the forehand again wide.
Yeah, the nerves are on. Did you watch the Fonseca tiebreak today? The last one?
No, not live, but I saw the highlights.
Just the highlights, though. It didn't show the 5-all point, which is just idiotic.
Oh, was it like a backhand down the line or something?
Okay, so
yeah. So then I did see it, yeah.
Because there was a funny moment when we were doing the watch along. So basically, that was like when Fonseca actually started flopping a bit in that third set tiebreak, and you could see he was very tight. And I said,
because from 5-love it became 5-4.
Well, 5-love, I don't think he was 5-love. No, he was 4-love maybe. But but yeah, I mean, basically, it became 5-all, and I said the nerves are at an all-time high now. And then he played that shot.
Yeah, dude, his composure is insane. I mean, also that I mean, a lot of people talk about the forehand, but that game that he broke Rublev in the second set, he hit like backhand winners. Like Love won, he hit like 3 backhand winners in that game.
But yeah, basically, I just literally said that he's gonna be he has to be very nervous now, and then he finds that point, and also of course the match point as well, which was pretty good too.
Yeah. So, by the way, Uchijima 5 points in a row now. 8-6 up.
Gonna be a lot of lets on the 86. I still haven't seen the point because it's just lets all the time.
Yeah, this is like 2 lets and 3 these last 2 points that Mira had on her serve at 6-5 were just super nervy. So
yeah, the 18-shot rally where she misses the forehand in the end, and obviously the bricked forehand volley, which
she's gonna be back on serve here because Uchijima just hits that forehand out. So
It's a messy finish. Let's see who is able to prevail in this one. Both players remembered that it's a 10-point breaker, so that's already something. Because Uchijima didn't think she was gonna she won it at 8-6, and Andreeva didn't think she lost it at 6-8.
Osaka, by the way, a little bit more settled now into this contest. Still not really close to breaking, but
8-all. Who will get a match point here between Andreeva and Uchijima? It's a good rally, all things considered. I mean, the last few points, definitely they featured even more of that tension, and now they're actually kind of hitting out with a lot of angle. It's not the same Uchijima who was just crashing her forehand at the beginning of the tiebreak. And she does kind of pay the price for not being too aggressive in that previous point, as Mira this time holds her nerve with that forehand down the line, and kind of just the entire point she played it on her terms. She wasn't able to do this on some of the previous longer rallies in this breaker, and now she has that match point, which is also going to be a long rally.
Oh, and Mira gets it done in the end. 4 points in a row, and boy, that was a scrap, wasn't it?
Yeah, but at 8-all, she did play 2 long rallies, really just like on her terms, dominated with the forehand. I played like with a lot of angle and height as well. Uchijima not really willing to step in at that point anymore. And she gets the reward, but yeah, definitely a bit of a...
Yeah, by the way, Muchova, 2 break points here at 1540 for Naomi, who is... So this is getting more interesting.
To your question, Jake, about Frank, interviewed like one-on-one, no. I've been at a presser with her. She's definitely like a very quiet, just humble, hardworking person, you know. I don't think she's like a particularly interesting character. But yeah, it's obviously like her entire story with her career is just like exceeding expectations, and time again, right? So I think it also fits with her character a lot. Like, you're not really gonna get any gold nuggets from her, but she's just a very genuine, humble person. Yeah.
Okay, breakpoint second serve here for Osaka. By the way, Akraz is just cruising, dude. He's got that new service motion rolling, you know. Looks more fluid.
Remember when he was crushing Miomir Kecmanovic last year?
Oh, well, yeah, but I'm not saying it really means anything. It means hold on right now, but...
I felt that in your voice, you know? I felt this like slight undertone of, I think he's gonna do well at this event. There was a smug, feeling for it. Yeah.
I guess we will really learn from the quarters onwards. Maybe the 4th round if it's Draper, maybe. Right now, Draper doesn't look like a very scary opponent. Another break point here for Naomi, who's like found her range a little bit more from the back of the court, going after the forehand. It's the second serve return that Naomi had all squared up, but she just misses it in the net. Oh, and that time there's a first serve return that Osaka hits as a winner down the line on the backhand as Muchova is coming forward. A bit of a delayed approach, though. A little bit of hesitation from Carolina there. It wasn't like immediately darting forward, but oh, wow. That was quite special, that first serve return. Not sure much Carolina could do at the net there.
43 minutes for Alcaraz.
Yeah, actually, I think Damien, your computer is making some noise. I don't know what it is. But
mine?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't hear my computer, to be honest.
Oh, it's gone now. So whatever you did, I don't know. Okay.
I didn't do anything. Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, and Muchova comes up with this forehand pass. This game is actually really good right now. This fourth game between Naomi and I think it's like the third game. We'll be right back. I just have to use the restroom. But yeah.
The restroom. No, it's fine. I guess when someone says restroom, I just automatically think about something like, I don't know, the toilet in a restaurant or something like that, right? I don't know if I've ever heard someone refer to the toilet in their own house as the restroom. I mean, technically, of course, there's nothing wrong about that, but I guess it's just the first time I've ever heard that. Or maybe I'm just talking it's some stupid stuff because it's 4 a.m. But actually, no, I think it's the first time indeed. I think on some streaming platforms there is that option, Ozan. I think on Eurosport, for example. I don't know. I actually don't remember where you are located in the world, but I think on Eurosport they have this like ambient option. Jake, remember the stream? That was like half, like 6 months where I had my laptop working overtime, but then I finally did fix it. Or at least, temporarily. At some point, it will probably flare up again. That fan, one of the two fans, still isn't working perfectly. But for a while, it will be fine. Better than being called a water closet. Yeah, that's actually funny too, because recently I was just like, wait, so what does WC mean again? I literally couldn't remember, just because you never hear anyone say it. In Polish, it's actually pretty common to call it WC, so WC, but you don't have like an extended version of that. So it's just taken straight up from English, and like no one actually knows what WC means. Novak Djokovic won his match against Jaime Faria in the tunnel. Okay.
So,
Borges starting up against Jordan
What
Thompson
happened with Naomi? How did she get the break?
Well, I'm not watching that much, so.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and rewind it.
Yeah, I mean, I switched to Machac Opelka instantly. The moment Andreeva finished. Bonzi Passaro. Bonzi is very dominant there in the opening set. I mean, no surprise there, I guess. Osaka indeed gets the break, and Buxa Fernandez is the other women's match going on right now.
Okay, so at deuce, Osaka had this really good backhand on the line off of this Muchova slice that she's dealing with a lot better than she was in the opening set. This game is like almost 9 minutes. But really good backhand there. And then now on the 5th break point, which is where she eventually breaks. Oh no, what happened on this point? Okay, let's watch it.
What will finish earlier, Opelka Mahac or Muchova Osaka?
Okay, so another really strong first serve return. With Naomi really finding her range on the backhand return. Absorbing Muchova's first serve. And wow, I mean, I gotta say, Osaka, this has been building because the last couple of games, and even towards the end of the first set, even though she didn't break back at 5-1, she was already really starting to feel her ground strokes a lot better. The footwork was a little bit sharper. She was giving herself a bit more time on the forehand. The slice wasn't bothering her as much. So the feel of the match has really changed now. And now it's like more of a competitive contest that we were hoping for.
Yeah, 6-1 the opening set. I mean, it was easy to probably feel disappointed about it, especially considering how good Osaka Muchova at the US Open was. Didn't we do a watch along for that together, actually?
I don't think we did, but
no?
I remember watching it. So
maybe it was me by myself or me with somebody else. I don't know. $30 aces for Opelka already today, and he still has only faced 2 breakpoints. I think both of them in the 3rd set. Of course, saving both of them. As in the 4th set, the players are just absolutely cruising through their service games so far.
Okay, I'm going to turn it on as well. Opelka Mahac. I kind of turned it off after the 3rd set.
Yeah, it might be time. I mean, you might as well wait 4 more games and just tune in for the tiebreak. But no, maybe something will be happening.
By the way, as I was thinking I'm going to turn this on. Ooh, Muchova. Okay, well, so at this point at deuce, Muchova hits a really good backhand return down the line, deep down the middle. Osaka is on the back foot, trying to defend this cross-court backhand. Topspin backhand from Muchova was so good. She comes in, she finishes this forehand approach cross-court, and she now has a break point. So she's trying to get back on serve.
We've got the original Joao now in the chat. The talking tennis Joao rather than Fonseca for supporting Jaime Faria.
Consolidating this break will be huge.
Is going to be playing.
Nishioka managed to get 1 more game, so congrats to him.
Congrats to Yoshihito Nishioka. I'm glad he's once again pushing a top seed. Yeah, I think that was maybe a little, probably a little, Marcus was a little too optimistic there in the looking at these previous matches that Nishioka had
a
against.
really nice combination from Naomi, break point down. Really opening up the court with a forehand cross court and then stepping in and crushing a cross court backhand winner. So, I mean, if you're an Osaka fan right now, you're just really annoyed at these draws, right?
For sure, yeah. I mean, last year 2 slams at which she was playing very, very well and doesn't get through the 2nd round. However, this time, I mean, she kind of still has to show that she's playing very, very well. So I guess if she's losing 6-1, 6-3, let's say, to Muchova, then you're probably not going to be as annoyed because you're just going to say, well, maybe she... Well, yeah, no, you're going to be as annoyed as an Osaka fan, actually. But for me, I guess, from a neutral standpoint, it would feel very different.
She's just moving so much better, she really has her legs underneath her. She's not as surprised by whatever Muchova's throwing at her now. And the serve plus 1 is really good, and that breakpoint save was amazing as well. So she's now up 4-1 in the 2nd set, and we have a match.
By the way, this is going to be 2 breakpoints for Riley Opelka here. This could very well mean the match. I mean,
okay, yeah. Can you guys hear me clearly? By the way.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yes, I think my mic was.
You kind of even started screaming to the mic.
I gotta get the distance right. Sometimes I it sounds
Yeah,
muffled
yeah.
if I get too close, but if I'm, a little bit
We're
further
actually
away.
doing this a lot as well on the Iga Carlos show, but because we are doing the video, I couldn't really find a way of like, telling you or anything. But sometimes you would just lean like this and then
Oh, okay. Yes,
stop being audible.
I get so excited when I'm around tennis. I just gotta like use my hands and move around. Okay.
Maybe you should buy yourself like one of these balls, where you squeeze it right in your hand and it keeps you.
Yeah.
How's Opelka Mahac? Couldn't watch. Mahac is actually kind of struggling to get any advantage of the ground, which has been a real problem for him. Like, he's the one struggling on serve because very often in these rallies, it's not like he can just, I don't know, suddenly get Opelka on the move or something. Like, Riley gets these opportunities to be just pulling the trigger and seeing if it lands. Mahac has, by the way, saved these 2 breakpoints, one of them after a very long rally. But yeah, he's definitely the one kind of struggling a bit more since he started returning Opelka's serve closer to the baseline, the second serve, I mean. It's gotten a little better for him, but still he's had just 2 breakpoints overall, and Riley saved them both. But yeah, I mean, you kind of have the match right there because it was only the opening set where Mahac was broken, obviously. So that was a poor, sloppy game at the very beginning of it. Great set from Riley, 25 minutes. But since then, it's just been tie breaks, So, and Mahac didn't need to get to the third set tie break. He actually had to save 2 set points earlier, and now obviously he saved 2 break points so that Riley wouldn't serve for the match. So all in all, it's definitely been Opelka who's putting a lot of pressure on the Czech, and yeah, we'll see if he survives that. We saw a nice replay of that JJ Wolf serve we mentioned earlier.
Yes, Riley hits that one really well. Was it on the ad side?
Yes, that's why I mentioned it.
That's the one.
Opelka is holding up physically. Yeah, I mean, it's not that much of a... it's not that much of a physical battle generally. He's sweating hard, but it doesn't really seem to be impacting his serving or his baseline play so far. So yeah, but he is very sweaty, definitely. Don't be the guy that doesn't tell his friend that he has food in his teeth. I mean, yeah, but because we're doing the video version of the show now, it was just kind of hard to stop it midway. It would require editing later.
By the way, Muchova's not getting those aggressive first strike opportunities anymore because Naomi is kind of reading the Muchova serve pretty well. She's getting out of the way quicker. She's forcing Muchova to overhit on these +1s. It's 15-30, and she will have another second serve look. And first serve percentage in the second set for Muchova is only 43%. So
Jake says Fernandez is so overrated. I'm not even sure if she is overrated anymore. I mean, she definitely was on the basis of that US Open run for a while, but now I think everybody is starting to treat her as a top 30 player and nothing more, which since then she's been that.
Yeah, she's going to keep getting to third rounds of slams, and she's going to, I don't know, make a WTA 500 final, or she might have occasional 1 or 2 runs, but for the most part, I don't think the US Open was anywhere close to her real weekly potential.
Yeah, today so far down the break to Kristina Buxa. These are the only 2 women's matches going on right now. We've got 6 on the men's side, actually 7, as Djokovic and Faria are also beginning their clash. So definitely a big switch up from the beginning of the stream here, as there was just Opelka Mahac on the men's and literally just that, as 8 women's matches were going on in the singles, at least, of course. Oh, and Gaston has just retired to Lehečka, so it's an easy passage to the third round for the Czech, but that's fine. Of course, we were expecting a win for him there. He's gonna play Bonzi or Passaro in the third round, so the opportunity to get to the fourth round and likely play Djokovic is definitely there.
By the way, we were
Otherwise,
1 minute
Bena and
away from
Baku.
Opelka versus Djokovic in 2021.
Huh?
As Opelka lost to Fritz from 2 sets to 1 up and 5-1 in the 4th set tiebreak.
In Australia?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember that. So 21 was the abdominal tear, right?
Yes, abdominal tear.
Okay. Yeah, obviously it was quite surprising when Opelka and Djokovic played in Brisbane that they had never faced each other before. There were some pretty random errors from Opelka from 40
The backhand
love up.
return for Naomi has been locked in. The second set right here, and Muchova is not getting the first serve. Serving at 43% this set. Second serve. And this time it's Muchova who misses the backhand. She can't quite control the pace coming from Naomi, so it's break point. Break point for a 5-1 lead for Osaka.
I like horrible puns, Jake, so yeah, I did enjoy that.
Second
Female
serve.
Ferrer. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I think that's slightly disrespectful to Ferrer, but sure. I know what you're going for. Let's just say that.
Second serve to the backhand, kick serve, followed by a backhand down the line. So really good combination for Muchova to basically avoid this. I mean, she has saved 8 out of 9 break points to her credit, Muchova. So only that one break of serve right now. Which if Muchova holds here for 2-4, that could be another big momentum swing potentially. So let's see here at deuce.
People are interested in your in what you're eating, Vansh.
Okay. So this is actually an Indian dish. It's these like flat cakes. It's called idlis. It's like more South Indian. And then I'm eating it with like lentils. This yellow lentil that I made just a couple of hours ago in the Instant Pot. So that's pretty good. Pretty easy to make.
Talking cuisine.
It's called idli sambar, if anybody knows what it is. And like sambar is basically the lentil in the curry. And idli is the fermented little piece of cake. So I put like 6 of those inside lentil and then I made it in like a soup.
I thought Italy was the boot in the middle of Europe, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, this is idli, IDLI. Yeah, I mean, okay, Osaka, by the way, just broke, and I missed what happened on the breakpoint, so I'm going to go back and rewind this. I know that Muchova missed the first serve, but after that... she misses the forehand inside out, and another really good backhand return that's just in a big spot in the court to Muchova's backhand, and she can't quite run around it. So 5-1. 5-1 for Osaka.
Okay. Yeah, now you can be annoyed as an Osaka fan if she loses this match. Yes. Now I give you my full blessing. Let's go, Jaime Faria. That's because he won 2 points. But yeah.
Oh, and there's this insane backhand inside in that Osaka just hits off of a really deep Muchova return. And she's basically crouched on the ground, right? Agnieszka Radwanska style. Basically knees to the floor.
I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah, this match has completely changed. There's going to be 2 quick 6-1 sets. I did not have that in my card today.
Honestly, Frank and Brinkova did it better.
Yeah, but you could kind of expect that a little bit maybe from them.
Yeah. Opelka's serving at 5-6, and he kicks off with a double fault. So technically, Mahac just 3 points away from getting us to the deciding set. But let's see if this actually will turn into something. Decent return from him, but I guess Riley should be putting this away. Yeah, he's missed a couple of shots like this in this match, but still about a 90% efficiency, I'd say, on this.
This is such a good forehand combination. I mean, Osaka, since being down breakpoint at 3-1, has just been playing the kind of tennis that won her these 4 majors on hard courts. Like, this is some vintage stuff for Naomi, but can she keep it up, you know? That's the big question, and it doesn't take a whole lot for this level to drop off. So we will see what happens in the third, as Osaka has indeed taken the second set 6-1. I'm sure people are getting really excited about the prospect of Naomi winning this match, or Muchova. I mean, honestly, both these players are pretty popular. Rightfully so.
Opelka hitting that slice as if he was hitting a slice for the first time in his career. So now it's 15-30, and Mahac is 2 points away from the set. I don't think, yeah, we had just one break of serve in this entire match. Neither, of course, coming for Thomas Mahac, as Opelka saved two breakpoints so far with unreturned serves. He's also going to find an ace here, so the nightmare continues for Mahac. I think both these guys should be like pretty worried about the next round. You know, Jaime Faria in the Australian Open third round.
Jaime Faria, who does an ace to hold serve for the first time against Djokovic.
Woohoo!
Alcaraz flying, and he's got to make sure that he doesn't fool around here, because this is Alcaraz is just having like such a good time right now. 3-2 in the third, but he's making some errors. But you know,
yeah, his
40,
girlfriend
30.
probably wouldn't enjoy that if he started fooling around. Anyway, six games all. Fourth set tiebreak between Opelka and Mahac. Third consecutive tiebreak. Well, I mean, this is the moment. This is the chance for Opelka to secure the match, or for Mahac to extend it to 5 and potentially fulfill the prophecy of Dave in the chat about an hour ago, who said that in 5 sets he does not trust Opelka's physicality. And we'll see if the sweaty, big American dude would indeed have some issues in the 5th set. But for now, Mahac obviously has to win the breaker to even get there. If you're 2-11, you don't even like have to jump to make a slam dunk, right? In basketball, you're just literally putting the ball in.
Yep.
In fact, I don't think you can jump at all if you're 2'11". You just won't be able to get off the ground.
Oh, 211 centimeters. Okay. Yeah. I was like,
I will always be using the superior systems, including Celsius, including meters, including kilos.
Yeah, I'm just so used to the American system that for me it would be a bit of an. Although Fahrenheit Celsius is not hard for me. Like I can easily convert those, but kilometers, miles per hour, I struggle sometimes. Centimeters, inches, I definitely struggle. Pounds, kg, it's not so much.
It just feels so overcomplicated. The feet and inches, especially. Anyway, 2-1 Opelka with 2 massive serves. I mean, what can you really expect at this point?
Okay. So we also have the third set underway. A quick break from both. Not too long though. Muchova. What's our first? Really nice backhand slice from Muchova to draw the error from Naomi. Just get it out of Naomi's strike zone. Keep it very low, bring her forward as well. The ball just kind of dies. It stays so low here on these courts. So 30 love. This is a very important hold for Muchova to start the third set if she can get it. It's honestly a very bad draw as well because you just really want to see both these players going deep. And instead, one of them is going to lose today. Yeah, 211 sounded very weird at first. I honestly, Dave, I know the city. Dave said in the chat, I was like 211. That is like a midget right there. Djokovic Faria, what's the score there? Oh, it's just on serve, but Faria looks, like confident. Like he doesn't look like he's awed by the occasion so far.
Well, 4-3
Opelka. I was talking about Osaka and Muchova. I wish both of them could go deep in this tournament, but instead they're having to play each other in the second round, which is unfortunate for both.
I don't think Opelka has had to have. I don't think Opelka has had to play a shot in this tiebreak yet on his serve, and it's 4-3 up already. Wow. So Mahac really has to stay cautious. There's one mishap here, and the match could be done right here and right now. That's a very weak first serve. Like he just literally starts a point against Opelka. That's not ideal considering how this match has been going on. And Opelka has that opportunity to pull the trigger on the backhand. He's gonna miss it though. So 4 points all.
Yeah. Someone just texted me saying, I'm not sure I've ever seen Carlos serve this well.
Okay.
I'll have to check the stats, but I don't think Nishioka is really challenging him enough for me to take it super seriously, but who knows? He did mention after his first round that he's still thinking about the serve, the new change while he's playing, so he's hoping that kind of it'll become more automatic for him as the tournament progresses.
Yeah.
Reminds me a little bit of when he won Roland Garros, and in the early rounds he was still thinking about the forehand when his arm was in pain. And then by the third or fourth round, he just was free-flowing and wasn't thinking about it anymore.
Oh, but this is now the opportunity for Mahac as he... Opelka tries to go at the body with the first serve. It's actually a pretty nice reaction from the Czech. And Opelka misses his +1 backhand down the line into the net. 2 set points for Mahac. Of course, one of them will be on his serve. So this is the position that Opelka was in the previous breaker, where he was also 6-4 up. Mahac saved the first set point, and then he had one on his serve, which he converted. Let's see if this will be similar. It's a huge second serve from Riley. And he misses the +1 forehand because Mahac was like right there. He actually read it like a book. And
so
it's going to be 5 sets, yeah. I mean, this match is somewhat
so
delivering.
Somewhat, yeah. Not in the manner that I maybe entirely saw, but yeah, it is.
I honestly thought it was going to be a little more, little less, just holds.
Yeah, I thought there were going to be a few more better rallies, but, I don't think the quality is maybe that good, but... Oh my goodness, and Naomi from 40-15. I mean, you had a couple of Muchova errors on the forehand, but then this return at deuce on the second serve, she just obliterates down the line. Muchova doesn't really have a clue where it's going. She's I think she was expecting it cross court. So she's definitely leaning the other way, and now it's break point for Osaka to open this third set.
Wookie says that GOAT Lena Frank was amazing in sets 2 and 3. The bagel there in the opener again for Blinkova, but after that, of course.
Serve and smash to start the breakpoint save. So deuce now.
Some big calls there from the producer regarding what Faria should do in order to make this match with Djokovic. Well, a different story than it likely will be.
Oh, and this time, once again, Naomi is really reading that first serve. But it doesn't matter here because she's stretched way out of the court. Muchova kind of goes back behind her with the backhand on the line, and then she gets a shorter ball, so she's able to step in. Yeah, just a really good quality first game here. Muchova now with a game point after saving a break point earlier. Muchova, by the way, using that short slice again, this time down the line. And Osaka gets up to it, but can't quite come underneath the ball as much. So Muchova holds, but that was a very challenging hold. She had to serve a break point, and certainly an indicator that this set is going to be an exciting one. Let's see if Riley Opelka can avoid the Taylor Fritz of 4 years ago. That is assuming that Faria doesn't beat Djokovic.
Tommy Paul, by the way, is number 9 in the live rankings. So I guess that that loss last week might not matter too much, considering the Rublev, Dimitrov,
Oh, and you don't normally associate Osaka with having really good hands at the net, but this volley right here was excellent. Muchova really goes after the backhand pass, gets a really good width on it, and Osaka just kind of sticks one hand out there, but she stayed so low again, like almost Radwanska style again. This time at the net. Wasn't maybe the most conventional technique, but it got it done in the end. And yeah, so she goes up 30 love. Alcaraz, by the way, closing in on the second round. It's he's up 5-3 in the third.
Yeah, not wasting that much time on the court is still a win, I would say. Once again, we're watching these like indigenous, chants and whatever it is.
They're walking around in circles, singing their prayers.
Yeah.
Holding something in their hands. I don't know what.
Pat Cash wasn't present this time though.
Okay, I'm going to go get myself some more idli, actually. And I was happy to see Suvarna knew what that was, so I didn't really have to explain it in that much detail.
Am I still going to the French Challenger in February, Jake? Yes, actually, I just bought my accommodation and my flight and my train there. So yeah, I am going to Lille in February. Very interesting story, by the way, regarding the travel there. That was I basically checked Google flights from Gdańsk to Lille, and by the way, I'm not flying to Lille. I'm flying to Paris and then taking the train. But basically, I checked the flights, and I see that what it's offering me for like a pretty good price actually is a connecting flight through Warsaw. And that's fine, but I just figured I could go to Warsaw by train and just go straight from Warsaw to Paris, and it's probably going to be more efficient, money-wise. But actually, it's like twice as much if I was going to fly from Warsaw to Paris. Same flights. And it's twice, it would be twice more expensive for me to just fly straight from Warsaw to Paris than it is going from Gdańsk through Warsaw to Paris. I have no idea how that's actually possible, but I'm not going to complain. I think I just landed a very good deal on the flights. But yeah, I am going. Yes, I just literally organized it like over the last 2 days. So that's going to be, of course, way after the Australian Open. The second week after the Australian Open finishes. What else do we have here? Crush and rush or chip and charge? Which tactic do you prefer? I mean, chip and charge is clearly less effective, I think, in the modern game. But I like to throw in a chip and charge, definitely. Just like, the same way you serve and volley at 40 love, just like to keep the opponent guessing a little bit. But even at like the amateur level, I think it has to be very deep in order to actually do something. Otherwise, the opponent is just lobbing you right away, and that's a killer shot. Wookie Vansh is in the well. Vansh basically lives in California, so he's in the what's the time called? Like Pacific time or something like that. Yeah, and it's 9 hours away from me or you, because I believe, I mean, I know you're Polish, but I'm assuming you also live in Poland, so it's 9 hours from me or you. So for Vansh right now, that would be like what?
7:30 p.m.
7:30 p.m. Yeah. Basically, Australia for him is very good during the day, but the evening session gets tough to watch.
Yep, basically what it is for you for the U.S. Open.
Yeah, pretty much. If Faria forces a tiebreak today, it is already a victory, says Joao, and I am inclined to agree. Do we think that Jaime will ever talk to Talking Tennis again? Yeah, I think so. I think he'll probably play Estoril, right? So I think so. Did it cost me much? Kind of like the usual trip. I don't know how much it will tell you, but it's like 2k PLN more or less. So let's say about 450 euros maybe. I'm talking accommodation plus flight plus train. So it's good. Yeah. I mean, whenever I can close out a foreign trip for the entire week in less than 2k, I'm very, very happy about it. And a Polish one is usually about 1k because it's just the accommodation. You know, the trip is generally quite cheap. But yeah, whenever I can close out a foreign one in 2k PLN, so let's say 450 euros, then yeah, I'm very happy about it.
All right, and Carlos Alcaraz with 2 match points. Vincent Nishioka barely spent much time on the court today, just an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, almost did the Fonseca thing, because I was actually joking on the Fonseca watch along that all his matches, you know, this so far this year hadn't gone over the 75-minute mark.
Yeah. Actually,
and that's
it's only
probably
been
not
a
going to
new
happen against Rublev, right?
1
But
hour, 21 minutes.
Carlos almost had that. Yeah, Jake, I think I saw you tweeting about it, or maybe no, you texted me about it, right? Or no, I don't remember. Either you texted me about it or I saw you tweeting about it. No, you texted me about it like a month ago, and then I saw you tweeting that you bought the that you are going to the event. Very happy for you. Hopefully it will be a very a nice list. Glasgow last year, I guess that was Shidek against Jab in the final, right? By the way, Jack was also involved there. He was like the MC for the last 2 days. So maybe you can meet Jack there if you remember Jack. He hasn't been on the channel too much recently, but you probably remember him, right? He was basically like MCing the semis and the final last year. I remember that because he asked me for like some info on Shidek. Any chance Layal plays it? He is going to be in Lille, I think. Just European indoor swing. Yeah, I think there is a chance. Let me see what else is in the Glasgow week, because that can also be a determining factor. But in terms of the schedule for Layal in February and March, obviously it has to be a lot of indoor challengers in Europe. So I would say there's actually a pretty high chance that Mark will be playing that event. Glasgow is a 75. Oh, actually, there's also Paul. So there are 2 indoor challengers that week in Europe, and it's pretty clear that Mark will be playing one of them. But at this point in time, no idea, obviously. We've just gotten the entry list for Lille, so it will be like 2 weeks from here before we get the Glasgow entry lists and the Paul entry lists. And yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to play one of them. And you're very right, Dave, that amateur players tend to lob strangely well. That's kind of maybe like the shot that you don't even see that much of a difference. Of course, that's also because the approaches are weaker and like the ball coming at you is much easier, but everybody can lob.
And moonball.
I guess, but it's also, I think it's much tougher to actually moonball effectively. I mean, you could argue that lob is essentially a moonball. It's just played when the opponent is at the net. But I think it's tougher to moonball effectively.
What else
But
do we
yeah,
have
sure.
going on right now? We have Fernandez down a set. We have
Uh,
Osaka Muchova, which has been delivering pretty well so far for the last 4 games. Looks like Naomi's going to hold for 2-all. She's up 40 love, though.
Bonzi 2 sets to love up on Passaro. Seems like that won't be too competitive at all.
Yeah.
And of course, Novak Djokovic now 4-1 up on Faria. We've got that Duckworth Carbaez Baena clash too. Opelka 2-1 up on Mahac in the 5th. So I guess Opelka, Mahac, and Muchova Osaka will likely be finishing more or less at the same time. That's probably where we're also going to cut off this live stream at about the 4-hour mark. Not Mark Layal. I do have to. I don't feel like I've ever used this, so I will have to do it at some point in the future. Like when Layal has a good result, I probably will have to like post this pun on Twitter that he's made his mark or whatever. I feel like I haven't used that yet. So, and of course, Dave, you're also right that the best way to stop the lob is to crash overheads, and that's the one shot that no amateur plays well. So you see the very good comparison there. I mean, you see the very good combination there that makes it so effective. See you, Wookie, and tomorrow Świątek and Hurkacz. So get ready. If Osaka plays like this, then a match against Goff will be interesting. When would they play?
Well, that would be the 4th round. So she still has to get through Bencic, which has been tough for Naomi in the past. Actually, she has a 1-3 head-to-head against Bencic, and the last time she played her was in Miami, 2022. But before that, she lost 3 times to her, including at a hardcourt slam in 2019 US Open. Nice backhand down the line, by the way, from Muchova to open this game. Just both players hitting a lot of winners in this 4th game. I want to see what the winner count is for the 3rd set. We're only 4 games in, but I feel like each player has hit at least 6 winners.
Her United Cup teammate Thomas Machac just hit a pretty good pass down the line too. Obviously, as we mentioned, this match has been a bit short on like good shot making as a whole, maybe. But yeah, that was definitely nice.
11 winners combined for both of them. This 3rd set, so pretty high quality stuff for the first 4 games. Make that 12 as Naomi just steps in and crunches this forehand inside out from the middle of the court. Yeah, the ball striking of Osaka has just gone leaps and bounds up since that first set. She's really adjusted and found her range. So 15-all, both points ending with winners. And this time Muchova makes the first serve, but Osaka is on the return. They're getting into this forehand cross-court exchange. And Osaka just comes up with an absolute cannon of a forehand. Really good movement there as well, going cross-court for a winner. So 15-30. These 2 forehand winners in a row. Wow. Osaka is feeling it right now.
As Novak Djokovic is serving for the opening set against Jaime Faria, at least one Portuguese player is winning as Nuno Borges takes the opener against Jordan Thompson.
And this time Naomi finds a backhand down the line pass, and Muchova comes in on a backhand slice. She does a slice approach, but she doesn't quite get it deep enough. Osaka is ready for it. She's just waiting in the backhand corner. She gets really low on her knees for this. Almost, again, the Radwanska style forehand on the backhand. Especially, she's been doing this a lot, where she just really gets low in position and then just finds the winner. So 3 winners in a row from 15 love, and now 2 break points for Osaka. And Muchova has made a first serve on every single point. And still, Naomi finds the forehand return pretty deep. Osaka goes backhand cross. Osaka trading with Muchova. And then finally, her backhand cross is just going to be too good. And Muchova's too far off the court. She's going to try a backhand down the line and miss it. So Osaka breaks. 3-2. Yeah, I mean, this is a bit tough for Muchova right now because she's getting overpowered. A brilliant game from Osaka, actually.
What was Osaka receiving the treatment on during the changeover?
This changeover or the previous one?
Yeah, I don't know. I just
I
saw a
don't know.
text.
I probably was gone to get more food then, but I didn't see it.
Okay. Yeah, apparently she didn't have like an MTO proper, but there was some treatment during the changeover.
Interesting. Wow. I mean, she's moving so well and playing some of her best tennis, so I would not have guessed that. So far, I think this is the best match I've seen from her since Roland Garros against Iga. I think I'm prepared to go that far. Yeah, I think in this match, it's tough. What do you do if you're Muchova right now? Do you just kind of wait a little bit, hope Naomi's level drops, or do you just keep on kind of throwing the kitchen sink? I think she's going to keep on throwing the kitchen sink. She's going to try to make Osaka uncomfortable with those lower slices. The problem is that Osaka is just hitting the ball so big that Muchova is getting overpowered right now. So kind of tough when Naomi is playing like this.
Well, the fitness of Riley Opelka is doing fine so far. That last forehand winner actually didn't need to be that easy, but he just slaps it away for a cross-court kill, and it's 3-2 for Opelka. I mean, they haven't. Yeah, I mean, what was it? The first, which game it was? The fourth game of the first set. There was a break, so I guess that means we've already had a billion basically since 46 straight holds between the pair. I think, if I'm counting this correctly.
Okay, but Muchova plays a really good point here. Actually, 15 love, uses the backhand slice. Gets it fairly low. How am I so far behind? Why am I only at 15-0? Anyways, I'll catch up in the changeover.
Do you think, Dave, that Muchova has to become a mom in order to beat Osaka?
Okay, this is a good return right here for Muchova. This is more like what she was doing in the first set, which is really hitting it down the middle, I think, is a good play against Naomi on the return. Don't give her that angle. But it has to be deep like it was there. And Osaka has missed 3 spur serves in a row here, so let's see what Muchova does. Is she going to be really aggressive on the second serve return? Looks like she will. She's going to step in here. She's going to take the backhand. Okay, it's a good backhand return, good depth on the topspin backhand. They're going to go forehand to forehand, and Osaka is going to miss. So, a little bit of a nervy game here for Naomi. Suddenly the level is dipped a little bit, just enough for Muchova to get back into this. So 15-40. 2 break points. Osaka catches the ball toss a bit nervy. Good thing she didn't go after that serve. And she does make the first serve. Muchova can't chip the return back into place, so 1 break point saved. $30-40. Second serve. Oh, and this is going to do a really nice job because Muchova, although she got the backhand return to the Osaka backhand, Osaka was ready for it, and she just crunched this backhand down the line for a winner. So deuce.
It's going to be 3-all in Opelka Mahac in the 5th set soon. Do you think if someone offered them right now to just sort of like speed just avoid the next 6 games, just start from the tiebreak, do you think they would take it?
They wouldn't, but the fans would. Oh, ace. Ace for Naomi and deuce wide. So
I just wonder if there's any way, and for either of them to feel more comfortable in the tiebreak rather than actually to keep going and keep playing these games, considering it's like 47 holds in a row. Probably
No
not.
breakpoints, right? No breakpoints so far in the fifth.
In the fifth, no. The fifth set has had like only just very quick holds.
Yeah. I haven't been paying any attention, but I'll probably switch it on soon.
As I said with the previous set, you can kind of wait until the
Let's
break.
wait till the break. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, this is.
Although there were two breakpoints, right? At 4-all in the fourth, there were 2 breakpoints for Riley. So
Yeah.
I guess that was a crucial moment. There's also new balls now, so if Opelka gets broken now, that would kind of be very wild.
All right, deuce here, second serve. Muchova saved the first game point. This would be a massive hold for Osaka. 2 breakpoints down, 2 clutch shots. Oh, and this time this is a good second serve into the body, and she jams Muchova. Muchova can't make the forehand return. She's a bit frustrated by that one. I think she had a good play there, but she just was a little indecisive, perhaps, about whether to take it as a backhand or a forehand. So game point here, and Osaka hits a backhand inside-in winner. And Muchova didn't get the return deep enough. Okay, so 4-2 for Naomi. That could be very, very important. She's close now to finishing this off. Yeah, I think this is definitely more important for Naomi than it is for Muchova, who I'm sure will get her ranking up if she stays healthy. They're going backhand to backhand, but Muchova's backhand clips the tape. Okay, it's a little awkward, but this time Naomi is finding really good depth in the corners. She's moving Muchova around, and she's taking control of the point, so love 15. Yeah, from the baseline, there's only been one clear winner so far. The longer the exchanges have gone, it's been Osaka. She's just been able to overpower Muchova, and the variety is not being important. It's just been taken out of the equation because Osaka's baseline hitting and her strengths have really just reduced Muchova right now. She's not able to play with the kind of freedom and express herself like she would, or like she was in the opening set and even the first part of this second set. And that's why you're seeing the gap in power, whereas at the US Open, for instance, that wasn't the case. Although you kind of saw the power differential in the second set. It's just that Naomi didn't close it out. And this is when Osaka was at her best. She could do this to a lot of players, so, and just overpower them, even the ones who utilized quite a lot of variety. I remember when she played Ons Jabeur in the third round here in 2021. Ons's variety was completely irrelevant because Osaka was just pounding ground strokes and serving huge and feeling the ball so well like she is now, just crunching these winners. This is just too good. I don't know what Muchova can do with this apart from just try to get these first shots a little bit deeper, but it's just tough to do when Naomi is on top of the baseline like this, taking the ball that early and moving to get her beat in place so quickly. The reactions are a lot quicker than they were at the start of the match. And 15:30 here. Muchova really needs to make more first serves. Otherwise, it's going to be big trouble. She does make these first serves, but I don't think she's placing them well enough. And it's giving Osaka a lot of room to just fire these powerful shots right at her feet. So, yes, there are a lot of similarities in terms of the way Osaka and Serena go about their tennis. I mean, certainly as a mover, I still think Serena is superior for most of her career, at least pre-pregnancy.
Yeah, late Serena definitely not, but maybe back in the day.
Yeah.
Osaka now with the ballerina training though.
$15.40. So 2 break points for Osaka to basically seal the match here. Muchova's going to come in. Oh, and that's quite an athletic volley there because, Osaka got a lot on the forehand pass down the line, but Muchova was ready for it. Really good hands. Really nice volley at the net. One of the best displays of what makes Muchova so fun to watch. So that she can come up with a shot like this when she's seemingly out of position and off balance and still have really good control with the left hand. So first break point saved. She's making these first serves, but she's taking some out of them. Just hoping to get herself in these rallies and use that slice, which she's doing a good job of in this point. She's stretched out here. Osaka has the whole court open for the backhand, and she actually misses this wide. So that's a sign that she's feeling the nerves and feeling the finish line pressure. We know she didn't get over the line against Swiatek, as close as that match was. She was up 5-2, I believe, in the third, right, Damon? 5-2, right? 5-2, and then she served for it at 5-3 and had the match point on her serve. And then there was this backhand down the line that she had.
Yeah, 5-3 40-30 was the one, but earlier she had that. Yeah, she had that.
There was a forehand as well. I think with 30-15 in that game that she missed in the net.
Yes, the forehand into basically the open court because Iga doesn't go in that direction.
Yeah. And so there's a couple of nervy shots here. And actually, Muchova is just staying alive, and Osaka was in control of both these points. So maybe she already feels like she should be sitting down at the change of ends up 5-2. Instead, it's a game point now for Muchova. And this could be another really big switch in momentum if Muchova holds here. Game point. What's going on with Faria and Djokovic?
Nothing. I mean, I think we can basically forget about that much.
Okay. Forehand inside out.
I know it's harsh, but it's just all we expected, really.
All right. Going to be back in a second. Just get a little bit more food. And I'll watch the end of both these matches. As I'm assuming.
Ranch is just feeding himself the entire stream here. But anyway, 30-all as Opelka just fed Mahac a pretty easy error at 30-15. So, I mean, it's a pressure point right there. And on that pressure point, Riley Opelka dumps his backhand cross-court into the middle of the net. This was also interesting because in the previous first few points of this game, Opelka was slamming his forehand and he was still moving very well. But now suddenly he is in trouble. He is facing a breakpoint at 4-all. This is only the third breakpoint he's facing in the entire match. The first serve doesn't go in, which is already the difference between the previous two. Mahac will be trying to take time away. Riley knows he has to go big, and he goes big. 201 down the tee. Just, I mean, there's nothing you can do. Mahac is laughing, and, that's really all there is to it. It's the 40th ace of the match for Opelka, who risks it on the second serve and lands it. Well, that's just rolling the dice here, but it's, the dice was rolled and a 6 came out. So, is there going to be more chances for Mahac in this game, though? Oh, wow. Opelka with the +1 forehand, that's going to be long. So, there's the 4th breakpoint of the match for coming up for Riley here. Sorry, coming up for Riley, coming up for Mahac, obviously, coming up for the check. Well, he plays the return in. That's already massive. He forces Opelka to hit a couple of shots here. The point is still going, but Opelka, wow. with the forehand angles cross court, he keeps finding it actually. He keeps playing it, a little sharper, a little tighter every single time. And yes, he gets it done. Mahac forced him to play like 3 shots here. That already seemed like it might be a trick.
3 inside out forehands right there, huh?
Yeah.
Easy service game for Naomi, but 40-love, 40-15 now.
But there's going to be a third break point in this game, as this time Riley misses one. Pretty easy, but I guess the short chopped return, it can do the damage definitely against someone who's this tall.
Muchova hits a forehand return winner cross court. So 40-30 now. Osaka knows how important this match is. And she knows how close she is. But can she get over the line? Breakpoint number 3 for Opelka. What happened on the first breakpoint?
Well, on the first breakpoint, I don't remember right now. Oh, yeah, he hit a second serve ace, 201 kilometers down the tee.
Okay.
Just totally risked it. But on the third breakpoint, he goes right at Mahac with the serve and volley, and it's into the net. The backhand volley is just, so lame. And Mahac breaks for the very first time in what is probably the penultimate game of this match.
Wow, so close to face Djokovic. 4 years apart. 4-0, 15-40 in the fourth. But it's Thomas Mahac, who's now a game away. And Osaka holds at 5-3. So now is the moment of truth for Naomi. She's a game away from knocking the number 20 seed. First point, double fault Muchova. So Osaka is 3 points away from her biggest win since coming back.
I don't know.
I mean, look, I know she had some top 20 wins. She beat Ostapenko at the US Open, but this...
Samsonova in Madrid, I think.
Yeah, but obviously this is bigger than that, right?
Yeah, kinda. I mean, considering the rest of her draw, maybe not, but yeah.
Okay, a really aggressive second serve return that she's able to get into the backhand corner for Muchova, and Muchova can't really deal with the pace. So, love 30. 2 points away. Mahac is also 3 points away.
Yep.
Okay, she gets the unreturned serve, goes down the tee. 15-30. Second serve. Oh, and okay, so whoa, this point right here at 15-30, Osaka fired a forehand return, and it was so deep and so hard that Muchova literally had to go behind the back. She hits a behind the back forehand. And the rally continues, and Osaka just pummels another forehand inside out and draws an error. So she brings up 2 match points. Wow.
Well, Mahac is getting into a bit of trouble here near the finish line. That backhand down the line, he was very late for slice into the middle of the net. And now Opelka had an opportunity with the backhand line, but just barely missed it. So 30-all.
All right. 2 match points for Osaka. What happens here? Muchova makes the first serve. Naomi returns it though. And once again, it's a short slice down the line from Muchova that coaxes the Osaka error as she tries to go forehand cross. She hits it in the net. That's been a really good play, but it's just been so rare for Muchova to utilize it because of Osaka's power that just has taken over the last 2 sets. And Thomas Mahac, match point as well.
Yep.
So 30-40. Can Muchova save the second one? She hits a really good kick serve. It's going to go above Naomi's shoulders, and then she's going to have a forehand inside in, and she does enough with it. Yes, Osaka can't cover it. So 2 match points saved.
It's a decent return from Opelka. Mahac is defending of his backhand corner. Again, it's that inside out for Opelka. He tries to switch inside in, and it's going to be wide. So Thomas Mahac gets this win. I mean, only breaking Opelka at 4-all in the 5th. And that's kind of says it all. Like, it was really like a dig deep type of win. I mean, for me, obviously, it was quite, as I said many times, like surprisingly tough how Mahac was just struggling off the ground as well. And like couldn't really stop Riley from getting these opportunities to pull the trigger. And even the last game shows it, 15-30, Riley has that backhand line. Last point, Riley has that inside in forehand. Like, the margin's there, and maybe he breaks back. Mahac really couldn't stop him from getting chances like this. But yeah, I mean, he also saved 2 breakpoints at 4-all in the 4th. That kind of has to be mentioned too.
So Osaka has a 3rd match point on that deuce. She really stepped in. He crushed her inside in backhand, and then went down the line on the next backhand and really got Muchova out of position, took control of that really beautifully. So now it's going to be 3rd match point. Can Osaka get it done? For, in my opinion, the biggest win since her comeback. Oh, and Muchova makes the first serve. Osaka returns it. Oh, wow. No way. She stole that point. Naomi Osaka. What a steal on match point. That was unbelievable because she made the return, and then, there was this lob backhand that she had to hit that just barely went over Muchova's head, and Muchova couldn't get the overhead that she wanted. So, wow. Nice embrace from the two of them. I mean, this is really good. This is the biggest win this has to feel amazing, especially the way she recovered from that first set. We could already see down 1-5, 40 love in that game. She didn't get that break, but you could feel the completion of the match shifting. And you could see that when Osaka is locked in, when the backhand when she's in position, hitting those crouching backhands, when she's serving the way she's serving, which is huge, really big, really high percentage of first serves the last couple of sets. She was really able to get Muchova on the back foot and kind of neutralize the variety and the net approaches. Yeah, it was just really good. Really high quality level. Continuation of already what we saw in Auckland, where she debatably lost the title, in her words. So, yeah, things are looking good. The only thing is she has a very tough draw. It's going to be Belinda Bencic next in the 3rd round. She has a tough head-to-head against her, but if she keeps playing like this, she's the favorite for me against Bencic. I think she can get that win. And then it's just a question
Obviously,
of...
she's the favorite against Bencic. I think she's like so much further into her comeback, than Belinda is. But
yes,
I mean,
Belinda...
that's a very, very interesting draw from Naomi because she literally has a big name every single time. You've got Garcia, you've got former top 5 player, WTA Finals champion. You've got Muchova, Roland Garros finalist. You've got Bencic, Olympic champion, and then Goff potentially in the forefront.
Yeah,
if she's able to get through all of that, I mean, many things can happen. Maybe she's just going to be like too tired to keep going, or maybe she's just going to be fired up and, I don't know, can even win the event.
Well, one thing is she's 12-0 when she gets to the quarterfinals in these majors, so never lost.
What do you mean in these majors? Because from the quarters it's just 3 matches. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. My math skills at 5 a.m. Well.
And with that,
Faria is holding up a bit better here in the 2nd set now.
Okay.
But we basically had these 2 matches we were really interested in. Finish in like what? The 2 minutes maybe? In the span
2 minutes of each other, exactly. And so I think we can wrap this up pretty quickly.
Yeah, the producer also wanted us to do a short preview on Fonseca Sonego before we go.
Okay, I mean, right now, the way Fonseca played that match, And the way he's been, I mean, that's what, 14 wins in a row now, no sets dropped. Really high quality opposition in the last one. I mean, I don't really know too much really what to say. I mean, Sonego is obviously talented. It could be tough to, just keep going like this without having a rough patch somewhere in between for a set or two at least. But I just still expect Fonseca's complete all-round game and power and explosion to just continue. I mean, I have him going pretty deep in this tournament, so I feel decently good about his chances against Sonego.
Yeah, he already beat him in Bucharest last year on clay. I don't really look at that too much. I mean, Fonseca's head-to-heads are going to be ones that sort of similarly like with other players who had a big explosion. Like we're just going to be like restarting the rivalries, basically. I don't think it matters a great deal, but that kind of says something that he was already able to beat Sonego. Everybody is going to be expecting him to beat Lorenzo again now. Like the pressure is going to be really on, the odds are getting crazy and everybody's just thinking, okay, third round, Tiafoe, easy. Fourth round, yeah, he can actually beat Medvedev. And it's important to remember that like disappointments will happen, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if it's a closer match than the one we had today against Rublev. Like it's definitely, there. But just seeing the quality that he's been playing at since the next gen finals, and also the level of like detachment that he's showing from the actual, big time situation, like kind of what everybody expects of him right now in the qualifying, even, right? Just crushing his opponents, despite being probably the biggest favorite I've ever seen in Grand Slam qualifying. Like, yeah, this is something that maybe is telling you that for now, at least, this should continue, that the big opportunity ahead of him and everything is not really getting to him. So in a way, I do expect him to win still. I'm just a little bit worried that, people are just going to start thinking, okay, so yeah, he absolutely has to waltz all over Sonego, and that's probably not really the case. But you also have to look a little far ahead in the draw right now with how Fonseca is playing, and yeah, Tiafoe not being at his best, even Daniil Medvedev not being at his best. Like that much, I think I picked Fonseca to make the fourth round and lose to Medvedev. But that match is looking even more interesting, potentially, like if we look that far ahead into the draw than I thought when I was doing the bracket or something like that. So yeah, it's going to be just a match that I think everybody is going to be expecting a win from him. And I just hope that people won't be like jumping to conclusions if it doesn't happen, basically. But I know they will. That's really in their nature, sadly. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously the favorite over Sonego now. He's a pretty big one. Just let's not treat him as a, Sinner-like favorite against Schoolkate or something like that. Like it's not that big. It's not the edge isn't that massive, but most certainly he is the favorite. What can Sonego do? I mean, hope that Fonseca isn't just shining with all his talent like he was today. I think that's kind of the big one for me. That I don't think if Fonseca plays his best, what Sonego does on the court, it's not that important, really.
Yeah.
What can Sonego do that might trouble him?
He's a good shot maker. He does like, cut and mouse points. He does like to inject pace on his forehand and, crush second serve returns. So, but I don't know. Like when he played Carlos last year, it was a really entertaining match. Really great
all what
shot
you
making.
said, Fonseca does better.
Yeah. So I think that's going to be the issue is he's up against a guy who can do all of that and more. So how does he combat that? Because right now, Fonseca is also really reining in his targets. Like the tennis he's playing feels very sustainable right now.
Yeah. His floor has like gone up considerably. A lot of that just comes from the serve, but yeah, I mean, all the things you mentioned about Sonego, he's definitely a very decent, like aggressive ball striker, shot maker, as you said. But Fonseca just does all of that really, and does all of that better. Does all of that with more explosive power. And if he executes okay, if like there's no stinker from him, which again we haven't seen since the next gen finals, since that Lyon loss in the semis to Calvin Emery, it's tough to imagine him actually losing there. But again, he's just 18. Bad performances are going to happen from time to time. I just don't want to sound like this is, the upset of the century if it doesn't happen or something like that. Definitely
I think,
not.
I had him in the fourth round losing to Medvedev. I think I really went that far.
Yeah, me too. But I figured that Medvedev match with his defending, especially, like it's just gonna be too much.
Yeah.
Having watched today and also knowing that Medvedev is, well, let's say his form is still questionable.
Yeah, I did it before the tournament. When I was picking the brackets, I hovered over the Rublev match for a long time, and then I just pulled the trigger. I was like, I could see him beating Rublev right now, so I just did it, and then I had him going all the way to the fourth round, losing to Medvedev.
Yeah, I think if Fonseca and Medvedev were gonna play tomorrow, I'd pick Fonseca to win.
Yeah, I would.
But I
too.
kind of want to
But
see how
then
he
again,
gets through the next two rounds.
And Medvedev is just totally different stylistically, and he's a counter puncher, and I just don't, Well, I can't get that far ahead yet, but
that's why I'm saying that, like, I need to see the next two rounds first. But
Yeah.
if they were playing tomorrow, I'd like Fonseca's chances there. But he still has to deliver two more good performances, and he has to like not run out of steam while doing so as well, which isn't gonna be that easy considering it's his first best of 5 event and everything. Already quite a lot of tennis. At the same time, some pretty short matches generally. Even today, just 143 minutes. Like, considering the extra day of rest, that's not going to get him very drained for round 2 or 3. But it's obvious that like people are just going crazy about the guy right now. And nobody is even like thinking about the Sonego match in the second round. Everybody is already like in the Medvedev fourth round, basically. And just my moral from this like little talk that we're having here is let's slow down in that sense at the very least, kind of like take it match by match. But certainly, looking at the draw, looking a little further ahead, the opportunity, at least for that second week, is very much there.
Yes, we have to, definitely take it match by match. Let's not jump the gun. Let's not go crazy here and think he can like win the tournament or something like that. We have to calm down in that sense and respect every single opponent in terms of their capabilities. Like if Fonseca is a little bit short, it's not going to take much for Sonego to make the match competitive. So, and that's the point. I'm still excited to watch every match that he can play here and see how he develops. But
now Joao is leading is leaving in the future, by the way, in the chat. Faria leading the fourth set already.
So yeah, he's just got the break against
Novak. One set, and maybe he's taking it to 5. I mean, predicting sets is incredibly stupid and doesn't really, it's not under my control. As I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually a more challenging match for him than Rublev today, and he doesn't play like the entire 3 hours, at full concentration. Let's say 4 sets then.
Yep. Sets, I don't know. I'm gonna go 4. Yeah, I'm gonna go for 4 sets. I think there could be a drop off for one set, and and also the fact that they played each other, I don't think it's going to be like Andre in some sense. He knew what he was up against, but he hadn't played the guy before. But Sonego has, and he's he can be tough for in best of 5, like because he's so hot and cold, and in general he's just up and down throughout the year. Like I can see him taking a set, so I'll go 4.
Yeah, and to just be very unwise to keep expecting Joao to crush everybody 3 sets to love. But I mean, it might happen. It might happen. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that he's not incapable of doing that already, even at this stage of his career. I still feel confident in saying that he's not gonna win the event. That's something that I feel like is very much out of the question. If he does, I will just, I don't know, I won't walk to Rio de Janeiro because that's actually impossible.
We will shave our heads.
Oh, I really don't want to shave my head. I don't know. I'll do something, Maybe I'll buy a Brazilian flag and it will be sitting there next to my European Union flag, which I didn't buy, by the way. It was a present.
Oh, come on. That's not anything much. You got to do more.
But it's going to be there for like the entire, the rest of the Talking Tennis journey and everything. Like it's not going to be just for one stream. It's going to be, and I will also have to buy it. So I will spend money on it. I think it's an equivalent of a shaved head.
No, if you shave your
anyway,
head, you're really exposing yourself big time.
I really don't want to shave my head. I mean, I really don't. Especially
I don't either. But But yeah, the whole idea is, are you like that confident that he's not going to win? And then if you aren't, then you say, yeah, I'll shave my head if he does.
Okay, maybe you caught me there. Maybe you caught me there. Maybe I'm starting to have doubts. No, I still feel pretty confident. I mean, if he has to play like Alcaraz and Sinner back to back, no, sorry. I just don't think physically this is possible at this point in time. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of our thoughts on Sonego and Fonseca. As Ghosty says, it could be for Sonego in free. Why not? Also, it could be someone can break a leg. Why not? But if you're kind of treating this reasonably at this stage, unless Fonseca has a massive letdown performance, he's not really going to lose that probably. But a letdown performance is always possible when you're 18. All right, so we've had a pretty long stream. Jaime Faria is somehow 5-2 up on Novak Djokovic in the second set. I just wanted to kind of like let this be known. And there was actually a question about Novak just a second ago, maybe like 5 or 10 minutes ago, about what are the chances of Djokovic going all the way and winning Aussie Open tennis from Dan. Well, let's see if he can beat Jaime Faria. But my opinion on Novak's chances of winning Australia are still he has to avoid Alcaraz or Sinner. That's where I stand for the time being. But of course, we still don't know much about the form of really either of these three players.
Yeah, same. I mean, I certainly give him I still make him the third favorite, but it's behind Alcaraz.
Oh, I actually don't. Isn't he behind Zverev? You don't think?
Oh, I mean, I'm not putting him behind Zverev just because Zverev hasn't won a major, and I have to see it to believe it. So I'm still putting him ahead.
I don't know. I mean, Zverev has an easier draw. That's kind of where I'm.
Okay. Yeah. Fair.
But yeah, I mean, Zverev might as well also have to play Alcaraz and Sinner back to back in order to win a slam, and that seems a little. Yeah, I mean, he just hasn't really ever come close to that or to that level of like delivering mentally in the biggest stages of slams. But yeah, anyway, I mean, Sinner, Alcaraz still very much the top guns. To me, Zverev is ahead of Djokovic as well. But well, that's really it. Why are you gonna stop watching the ATP if Fonseca becomes the next Federer, Ghosty? Like, what the hell? Yeah, how can you be? Someone had this amazing message to me in a group chat today where they said, "How can you be an anti-fan of Fonseca?" It wasn't to me, obviously. It was to somebody who was like hating on Fonseca. Like, how can you be an anti-fan of Fonseca after years of watching Tsitsipas, Rublev, Medvedev? And it's funny, but it's true. I'm sorry.
It's it just shows you, man, time never waits for anyone. You have to keep on improving. If you don't, then you'll get surpassed. These guys are in their mid-20s, and we kind of just assume that like once the big three leave, they will end up winning slams, and it just doesn't work like that. Of course, Medvedev got one, and he's made 5 other finals, but yeah, for the most part, it's pretty rough for those guys right now.
Okay, I'm gonna just let that go, Steve, because I don't think it makes sense to talk about it, I guess. Anyway, yeah, that's probably gonna be it for the stream then. 4 hours of doing Opelka, Mahac, Osaka, Muchova, and pretty much anything else that was happening at the time as well. We had some tie breaks from Uchijima, Andreeva, and some other stuff. Anyway, thank you, Vansh. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I think we're going to have a live stream from Kei Nishikori playing Tommy Paul later today. So that's something that you guys should tune into. That's like probably in about 2 hours, maybe more or less, depending on how the other matches go. And obviously, as usual, keep tuning into the last ball drops stuff and the ready play and etc. Me on last ball, I mean, let's check in the morning, like when I'm going to be sleeping and how long. But, actually, depends also how long the play goes because I have to leave at like 4:50, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll have to figure it out in the morning, but it's very possible that I will be available, yes. All right. Yeah, see you guys on some other streams. Bye.
Yep, thanks.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.